All right, then. Let me just give commissioners a moment to bring up their cameras. Good morning, everyone. And noting that the time is 11:01 on this, the 13th of November, still mere hours after the United States' triumphant victory over Mexico. I don't mean to be too nationalist, but it's soccer. It's not a matter of life and death. It's much more important than that. I'll call this meeting to order. Welcome, fellow commissioners and members of the public joining us today for this special meeting of the County of San Diego's Independent Redistricting Commission. Let me now turn to the IRC clerk, David Hall, to provide more information about today's meeting. David.
Thank you, Chair Bain. At this time, I'd like to invite any members of the public who wish to provide oral testimony during today's meeting to please review the instructions posted on the redistricting website at drawyourcommunity.com. We ask that individuals who wish to speak submit an online request to speak form in advance for planning purposes. All timely requests to speak from the public made at today's meeting will be honored, regardless of whether you have submitted an advance request. Agendas, minutes, and supporting materials for the Commission's meetings are posted on the redistricting website, including instructions to request translation. Meeting agendas are translated into Spanish, Vietnamese, Chinese, Tagalog, Arabic, Japanese, Korean, and Laotian as required by law. The log of correspondence received, including comments that have been submitted through the Community Builder tool, has been updated and provided to the Commissioners and is posted on the IRC website. Correspondence received is posted on the website with today's meeting materials, and the Commission's log of ex parte communications has been updated on the IRC website. I will note that since the November 1st meeting, we have received 416 e-comments, 120 emails, 6 letters, and 2 maps for today's meeting that were distributed to the Commission and posted online. Chair Bain.
Thank you very much, David. And I learned yesterday that that takes us somewhere into the neighborhood of 1,400 to 1,500 comments since we began our work about a year ago. Not bad, but still more to come. The next item on the agenda is the roll call. David, would you please call the roll?
Thank you. Before I call the roll, I'd like to note for the record that the commissioners are participating via teleconference, and as such, all votes will be handled by a roll call vote. I'll ask the commissioners to say here or present when called upon. Chair Bain.
Here.
Vice Chair Katerina.
Here.
Vice Chair Garcia.
Here.
Commissioner Brown.
Here.
Commissioner Chen. Commissioner Diaz.
Here.
Commissioner Dostal.
Here.
Commissioner Hanson.
Here.
Commissioner Inman.
Here.
Commissioner Krugliak.
Here.
Commissioner Larson.
Here.
Commissioner Pons.
Here.
Commissioner Russ.
Here.
Commissioner Servin.
Present.
Chair Bain, with 13 commissioners present, we do have a quorum.
Very good. Thank you, David. Thank you again, commissioners. The next item is the approval of minutes. We actually have 2 sets of minutes for October 28th, 2021, the special meeting that day, as well as the November 1st draft map public hearing and regular meeting. So with that, David, are there any requests from the public to speak on this agenda item?
We do not have any of the members of the public who requested to speak on this item in advance of today's meeting, but if any member of the public would like to address the commission, please raise a virtual hand by clicking the raise hand button on Zoom or by pressing *9 if you're dialing in by phone. This is for the approval of the minutes. Again, hands up should be for the approval of the minutes before I call on you. Judy, we may have one comment on the approval of the minutes. Lydia Chang. Lydia Chang, you may need to unmute yourself. Did you want to speak?
I'm sorry, I didn't have anything to do with the minutes. I just wanted to make a, my presentation about my area, that's all.
Okay, we'll be moving on to item 4 in just a moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So with that, that concludes public comment on this matter.
Thank you, David. So commissioners, because this is an action item, do we have a motion for approval of the minutes from the October 28th, 2021 special meeting and November 1st, 2021 draft map public hearing and regular meeting as included with the agenda materials?
So moved.
Co-Vice Chair Garcia, second from Commissioner Hanson. Any discussion? If not, therefore, David, please call the roll for a vote.
Thank you. And I'll note that the commissioners' names will continue to be called at random. Commissioner Chen is absent. Chair Bing.
Aye.
Commissioner Pons.
Aye.
Commissioner Inman.
Aye.
Commissioner Diaz.
Aye.
Commissioner Serban.
Aye.
Co-Vice Chair Garcia.
Aye.
Commissioner Krugliak.
Aye.
Commissioner Dostal.
Aye.
Co-Vice Chair Katarina.
Aye.
Commissioner Hanson.
Aye.
Commissioner Larson.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Russ.
Aye.
Chair Bing, that motion passes unanimously with all commissioners who are present voting aye.
Very good. Thank you, commissioners. The next item is item 4, which constitutes an update from the IRC demographer, Flow Analytics, on communities of interest and maps submitted by the public, as well as presentation of IRC draft maps 9, 10, 11, 12A, and 12B, as well as live modeling of mapping scenarios, and discussion and possible approval of direction to Flow Analytics to further develop IRC draft maps. With the understanding that I may have just exhausted the entire time we have for our meeting today, let me preview this for just a few minutes so that both commissioners and the public have an idea of how we're going to proceed. I'll try to provide and remind of details of all this as we go through the meeting. But we have a goal we need to reach today, and I want to describe how I see us being able to meet that goal. That overarching goal for today is by the end of today's meeting to have a workable way forward. That means specifically tasking Flow Analytics with work on probably just 1 or 2 maps, with all key issues included in the taskings and on the map or maps themselves. I'll explain the rationale for that in just a minute. Those maps, however, I want to note, need to be posted just before Thanksgiving to meet the statutory requirement of advanced posting before our second public hearing on December 2nd. So that map or those maps tasked at the end of today's meetings should be pretty close to what I might call final in principle. In other words, far enough along that we can finalize the key issues and details that we need to address with Flow at our next live modeling session and discussion, not today, but at our public hearing and meeting on December 2nd. And I want to remind commissioners and the public, there's a likelihood that that meeting on December 2nd will actually continue on into December 3rd. As described in our approved timeline, however, all of that would allow the draft final map to be considered for several days as a draft final map before we formally adopt it on December 9th. That in turn would allow us to proceed with all the technical requirements on that map, as well as our final report that is not only statutorily required, but has to include and address and cover that map, which means we have to have the map done before we can write that part of the final report, as Co-Vice Chair Garcia explained so well earlier this week, all of which will enable us to meet our statutory deadline of December 15th for both the map and the report. So how do we reach that goal for today of tasking 1 or perhaps 2 draft maps to Flow Analytics? Well, first and foremost, as I'm sure the commissioners agree, we want to hear all we can from the public. And we already have an impressive number of participants, so I think we'll be hearing a great deal. We've also had, as David mentioned, a number of submissions from e-comments, from emails, and from maps. That said, once we complete public verbal comment today, my intention is to offer a break of about 30 minutes so we can consider the public comments and prepare for our mapping discussion. In other words, it may not be so much as a break as a chance to review the input we hear today from the public. But it also gives us a chance to stand up, be off camera for a few minutes ahead of what is likely to be a few more hours of work after that break. When we return, Flo will then review updated community of interest information, maps received from the public. Then we'll probably have some discussion of those two, and then present the current IRC draft maps, again, with appropriate pauses for clarifying questions and comments from commissioners. We'll then move, after those presentations, into live scenario modeling, map by map, beginning with Flo's responses to the survey that were completed by commissioners prior to today's meeting. We'll aim to have roughly 30 minutes for commissioners to direct live changes to one given map from Flo. Then we'll move on to the next of the 5 draft maps. During or after that modeling, we'll consider a possible second break, probably shorter, but a chance to have a break, because again, my anticipation is, depending on commissioner comments, that segment of the meeting today could take a while. Once we're through the live scenario modeling and the possible second break, we'll proceed as we have in past mapping meetings. We'll have 1-minute statements from commissioners, then IRC motions, discussion, and voting. So commissioners should, of course, use today's working session with Flo as an opportunity to get your questions answered and clarify any outstanding issues so that we can work more effectively and efficiently to the motions I described and that final goal of 1 or 2 maps coming out of today. We want, I hope everyone agrees, to combine all the valuable public input we've had, the key data points that have presented to us, and the useful ideas we've been discussing into the reality of honing onto 1 or 2 final draft maps to consider. And I'll reinforce, the maps that we're tasking out today will still be draft maps and include the provision that I think some of you have heard me say before: nothing is agreed until everything is agreed. But that said, we really should try to address and resolve all the issues we can at today's meeting. Again, we'll walk through this a little bit more as we go through each stage of the process, but that's basically how I envision it working today. So with that, and assuming there are no urgent questions, because I really do want to move on to hear from the public, David, are there any requests from the public to speak on this agenda item?
Thank you, Chair Bain. We have 52 speakers who have submitted a request to speak form in advance of today's meeting. And I would ask all those who wish to address the commission on this item, please raise a virtual hand at this time by pressing the raise hand button on Zoom or by pressing *9 if you're dialing in by phone. I'll be calling speakers by name or by the last 4 digits of their phone number. You'll hear or see a notification that you have been unmuted. And for those calling in, you'll need to dial *6 to unmute your phone. Now, Chair Bain, I may have missed it, but did you want to place a limit on the speaking time?
Yes. The question is what limit? Because if we have 52 speakers already requesting the floor, and David, I should ask for clarification. Of those requests, are there any groups included in that you know of?
Double check, yeah. I'm not seeing any in the, no, I'm not, no.
No, and that's fine. It's just for planning purposes. But commissioners, if I do the math, and Commissioner Inman, a fellow former economist or relative economist, will confirm, if we have 3 minutes each, that takes us to 150 minutes, or roughly 2.5 hours of the people we know want to speak. And I would imagine with somewhere in a neighborhood of over 100 other participants, we'll have another group of people who would like to speak that we don't have numbers on yet. So I think that could easily go for more than 3 hours. If we limit it to 2 minutes, that takes us into the neighborhood of, I would guess, 2 to 3 hours. My inclination, I'm just doing the math in my head, that would take us to at least 1:30. My inclination would be to say a 2-minute time limit, which I think is still acceptable for the public. Can I just see nods, or if anyone want to comment on that informally? Very good. So that's what we'll go with. David, the time limit for individual speakers will be 2 minutes.
So each speaker will have 2 minutes to address the commission. Please self-regulate your time using the timer on the screen to avoid being cut off by the clerk. We will begin with Barry Willis, followed by Louise. Mr. Willis, you should see a notification that you are unmuted. You may need to unmute yourself. Barry Willis, I'm still showing that you are muted. You may need to press the unmute button on Zoom.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon, Commission. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, very good. Hi, Commissioner. My name is Barry Willis. I'm on the Alpine Fire Board in East County, also on San Diego LAFCO. When I started looking at the maps that you're considering, some of the maps like map 6, I was literally stunned at what and how you're trying, how you're considering dissecting our district. There's a clear community of interest for Santee, El Cajon, Lakeside. There's a whole community of interest. A lot of that area is rural. We are also joined at the hip with Grossmont Union High School District. We have a common interest in all these things, including Alpine. So to try to break up that East County would be literally, I'm not trying to be dramatic, but it's how I feel. It's like you're putting a dagger to our heart. We have a clear common interest in East County. I'm sure you'll be hearing from a lot of other East County residents who are pretty upset about what you're considering. Things like map 6 and some of those other ones. But to be clear, the map that I am advocating for is the website sdcounty redistrictingmap.org/supervisors. I just want to emphasize that as an elected official, and as I've been listening to constituents, they're very concerned about the split up. It seems like you're leaving North and San Diego, South San Diego County largely intact, but for some reason you're trying to dramatically dissect East County. And man, it is very upsetting to hear that you're considering this. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Louise, followed by Tracy Engel.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Luis Montella Adams, and I'm speaking on behalf of the San Diego LGBT Community Center in support of draft map 10. Although we do not believe this is a perfect map, I do want to voice my support of maintaining Escondido with its fellow I-78 corridor communities. I also believe that the communities of National City, Chula Vista, and San Diego City Council District 8 should be united in District 1. As one of the many organizations that has worked in partnership with PANA for over 6 months in creating their map that has been proposed and integrated in the draft map 10, I would like to focus the majority of my statement on what map 10 has labeled as District 4. By including the proposed PANA district in map 10 is the right fit for Central San Diego communities. The historic LGBTQ communities of interest in Hillcrest, University Heights, and surrounding communities are kept together and empowered as an LGBTQ district. The Black community of interest from Southeast San Diego to La Mesa and El Cajon is also included. And the other maps rip this all apart into combinations that just don't make sense. Map 10 also maximizes AAPI voter power in the coastal district, respects the cities along the I-78 freeway, and respects the Voting Rights Act and South County's Latino community. Map 10 is balanced and fair and works well for every region in the county. I urge the commission to listen to the community members and move forward with map 10 today. We stand together for map 10. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next, Tracy Engel, followed by Cindy Ropp Richter. Tracy, you may need to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Tracy Engel. I am a small business owner in Ramona. I have a small IT firm. I also direct a small nonprofit up here in Ramona. And I really am displeased with many of these maps. They're separating out the unincorporated communities of Alpine and Lakeside and Ramona. And in one of the maps, I think even separates out Barona Indian Reservation from San Diego Country Estates, which is just ludicrous. I'm really displeased with all of these maps. I think the closest thing I can come to agree with is possibly map 10. But another thing I'd like to comment on is the rush of this time. You mentioned you have 1,500 public comments. You have over probably 52 people who have in advance said they want to speak, and probably twice as many more that will speak. And you're just rushing all these comments. And I can't possibly imagine that you will take all the comments into consideration with such a rushed timeline. I encourage you to extend your process by 30 days and actually listen to your community. I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy Rock Richter, followed by Janine Ericat.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you for that chance to speak, and I appreciate the 2 minutes. I didn't want to talk too fast. So my name is Cindy. I'm a retired federal employee, a county employee, and 100% service-connected military veteran. I live on the border of Escondido, San Marcos. I literally share a fence with San Marcos, and I'm unincorporated area served by the services of San Marcos. I'm not going to claim to know everything about the maps. What I do know is I do not want San Marcos and Vista split up and put into the coastal communities. I don't want the tribal lands in North County split up. We are the I-15 corridor, North Inland. We share interests, clubs, sports, committees, organizations, Facebook, Nestor groups. We are a community that should be kept intact. We have the same district supervisor, which currently is Jim Desmond. We choose to live in North Inland because we have similar concerns, beliefs, and interests. We chose to live here because we are not coastal people and should not be placed in a district that does not align with the majority of our citizens. Our country, neighborhoods, cities, and counties are divided and full of anger and distrust right now because they don't trust government. I feel that our district in North County Inland should be left intact. Temecula, Escondido, Bonzo, Valley Center, San Marcos, Vista. Citizens with conservative beliefs believe that this and many other actions by local government are an attempt to sway San Diego towards more liberal views and control. It happened successfully 10 years ago, and we should be able to be the communities we desire. Please do not further manipulate our voting system by redistricting, putting conservative majority voters into Democrat majority areas, and try to stifle the voice and the voice of a very large population of citizens who share my views. This is the reason there are so many people living in San Diego and California. And I implore you to please be fair and impartial and do not split up North Inland. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you. Janine Ericat, followed by Kathleen Hedberg.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. As you all know, my name is Janine Ericat with PANA. First, I want to thank you and staff for your continued service and dedication to making this process equitable and continuing to take our community input all throughout the process. I was really happy to see, and our community members are excited to see the PANA map maintained in different iterations of the draft maps, which was informed by community input. I'm calling today again to continue to ask you to keep City Heights, Lemon Grove, La Mesa, El Cajon, Rancho San Diego, Paradise Hills, Spring Valley, and Encanto and Skyline communities together, which, while there's no perfect map, are most closely kept together in draft map 10. Specifically, I want to emphasize that El Cajon must remain included with other refugee communities throughout the county to ensure that our shared needs are met as BIPOC, refugee, and immigrants, and can be adequately addressed by the County Board of Supervisors. As you'll hear from community members today, draft map 10 goes a long way of keeping communities together all across the county of different backgrounds. I just want to emphasize again how drawing a map that accurately reflects the BIPOC, refugee, immigrant community, keeps them together is more important now than ever. Thank you again for your dedication and service to drawing fair maps that uplift all our communities. I look forward to seeing how the rest of this meeting goes.
Thank you. Kathleen Hedberg, followed by Thomas Harrington.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Kathleen Hedberg. I am a registered civil engineer and have my master's in public health. I have lived in the Mount Helix area for over 20 years. I am currently serving my 4th term as an elected official on the Helix Water District Board. Helix Water District is a special district and covers 50 square miles, serves over 250,000 population to the cities of Lemon Grove, La Mesa, El Cajon, unincorporated areas of East County, and our regional water treatment plant is located in Lakeside, and our local water supply is from Lake Cuyamaca. I'm also the immediate past president of Grossmont Mount Helix Improvement Association, and I am the founding president of the Rancho Helix de Oro Fire Safe Council. I know East County, and we all work together and support each other, and we have common issues. We should not be split. We have schools and recreation and non-governmental organizations that all are serving and helping each other. We support each other with the East County Chamber of Commerce. I sent in my comments earlier with specific details on how cities and counties work together, and I mentioned the support of map 9 with some modifications. However, it has come to my attention that a better proposed map, the map can be found on the San Diego County redistrictingmap.org/supervisors. This map has a balance that encompasses a better inclusion of East County, and I would strongly suggest you look at this map. It is very similar to map 9, but includes the addition of Northern East County and without the inclusion of City of San Diego, which is definitely not East County. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide input and for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas Harrington, followed by Jim Taylor.
Yeah, good morning. Just make sure you guys can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Hey, well, good morning. Thank you for the time. The firefighters of Local 1622 directly serve the people of Fallbrook, Bonsall, and Rainbow, and work regionally with other North County fire agencies in what's established as a North Zone operational area. This is a geographically connected network of agencies, fire agencies in the northern San Diego County. These firefighters work together to provide the highest level of service and support to our communities in the northern San Diego County. We're trying to keep our communities intact as part of the North Zone operational area so we can directly support and ensure regional grants, community risk reduction, and interest benefiting these communities remain united and supported directly by our county supervisor that we have today. We support the current map that we have today, as well as maps 11 and 12, much like the East County. So that's all I wanted to say. Just trying to keep our North Zone together. Thanks for the time.
Thank you. Jim Taylor, followed by Michelle McCaffrey.
Good morning, Commissioners. Hey, I know you've got a tough job, but I moved to Hamul, rural Hamul, from Mission Hills about 11 years ago. And out here, I found community. Where in Mission Hills, I had neighbors 25 feet apart. Here, they're a quarter of a mile, but I've never experienced in San Diego County in the 67 years I've been here a better sense of community. So what we don't have here is high-speed internet, which is why the outreach and the response and the ability to get on Zoom is very limited. We don't have transportation. We don't have walkable neighborhoods. We don't have streetlights. We don't have sidewalks. We don't have cable TV. We don't have city water or sewer. And even more importantly, we don't have a city council district representative. We don't have a city council. We don't have a mayor plus a supervisor. What we do have is a strong, united rural community with a mindset that is very much similar, no matter what the race, color, or creed is of the persons out here. We are very similar. We are a community. We have one supervisor, which is our input to things that are important to us in our community. And we intend to keep our supervisor. Please adjust your maps to accomplish this.
Thank you. Michelle McCaffrey, followed by Casey Lynch.
Hi, my name is Michelle McCaffrey. I'm a member of the Fallbrook Planning Group, and today I'm speaking to you as a private citizen. As a member of 3 voluntary community boards, I understand the commitment that the commissioners here have made and appreciate you taking on this very difficult task. I'm here to urge you to approve a map that includes Fallbrook in the North County District. I have lived in North County since 1989 and in Fallbrook for the last 20 years. The communities of Oceanside, Vista, San Marcos, Escondido, Carlsbad, and Fallbrook share many vital services. These include school districts that cross city and unincorporated boundaries, recreational facilities, transit, fire protection, law enforcement, and health services. While I would prefer that a North County district include Fallbrook and both Carlsbad and Escondido, given the options available, I encourage you to approve map 8 or map 11. Please listen to the people living in this area and do not cut out our representation by grouping all unincorporated areas together. Our communities of interest are geographical. They are not based on an incorporation status. We conduct our lives based on proximity and wish to continue to be represented by people who live in our area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Casey Lynch, followed by Diana Aguirre.
Thank you. Hopefully you guys can hear me.
Yes.
My name is Casey Lynch. I'm an elected member of the Ramona Community Planning Group, and today I'm speaking as a private citizen. I'm also a licensed land surveyor, so maps are kind of my thing. So far, we've seen a tremendous amount of maps that split our community in Ramona and split it off from other communities of similar interests, such as Valley Center, El Cajon, Alpine, Fallbrook, and Poway, Lakeside, and Santee. Ramona is definitely a tight-knit community centered around our rural living, our equestrian lifestyle. Some of the maps that split us from the country estates were just disastrous. And so today I'm here speaking in favor of some of the newer maps, 9, 10, 11, with most emphasis on 11. I favor our districts that we have right now. I think they work well in terms of our geographical areas, but I do know that some of those lines have to change. I think map 11 keeps us as close to where we are with making those adjustments that we need to in terms of demographics and representation. So I just hope all of the commissioners can get behind some of these new maps that keep our backcountry together. Our common interests in the backcountry, our lifestyle, those transpose into our voting, our ideas, our representation through our supervisors. And any map that cuts us up into thirds that we've seen so far is just disastrous and I'm not in favor of. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Diana Aguirre, followed by Kevin Mayer.
Good afternoon. My name is Diana Aguirre, and I am a resident of Carlsbad. First of all, I would like to thank all the commissioners for the hard work you've all done. I appreciate it. I'm hoping today that the commission approves map 10. And the reason being, I've been working with several organizations in my community, and map 10, as I mentioned, I'm a Carlsbad resident, keeps us connected to the 78 corridor. It also addresses the different needs between incorporated and unincorporated communities. But it also has appropriate API voting power for the coast. It includes the map that PANA suggested representing the Black Muslim community. It keeps the LGBTQ communities together as well. And then it also respects the Voting Rights Act and keeps the Latino community in South County. So it just seems to me map 10 addresses the greater good of our county. So again, I hope you take map 10 into consideration and hopefully today you can make that decision. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Kevin Mayer, followed by Mark Weiland.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you. And commissioners, thank you for the time today to allowing us to speak. My name is Kevin Moore. I'm the Deputy Fire Chief for North County Fire Protection District, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Chief Keith McReynolds. The North County Fire Protection District, serving Fallbrook, Bonzo, and Rainbow, as you heard from our local member 1622, we work regionally with all other North County fire agencies and what is established the North Zone Regional Operations Group. This is a regionally connected, geographically connected network of fire agencies in North San Diego County. The fire agencies of the North Zone work together to serve North County region as a community of interest. The North Zone has established bold policy, and individual fire agencies across the communities of North County will work together to provide the united force, maximizing our efforts, efficiencies, and capabilities through the regional communications, operations, training, community risk reduction, and emergency medical services within our region. Keeping Fallbrook in a North County Protection District is the same county supervisor district as the rest of the North County will ensure that the regional grants efforts
and interests benefiting the North County Fire agencies remain united and supported at the county supervisor level. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Whiteland, followed by John Costigan.
Yeah, I'd like to just begin by saying I spent almost 2 decades representing mostly North County. I was first on a school board in Escondido and then in the State Assembly and Senate. And what I would encourage the Commission to do is give a lot of weight to all the various communities of interest that have been cited, in particular affecting East County. I worked with representatives at every level, from local government, supervisors, state, and congressional. And the key when we discussed issues, whether it's healthcare, water, transportation, commerce, educational districts, we understood where the community of interest was. If it was City of San Diego, if it was South Bay, North County. And in this instance, East County is traditionally a separate area for lots of good reasons. You've heard many of them. So I would encourage the Commission to look at those maps. I understand there's one that's prepared specifically for this. There may be others that retain that entity in East County because of all those connections. The quality of governance becomes better. When I worked with someone from the city or South Bay, I understood what their constituents needed and vice versa. I think you would get better governance if you retain that East County identity as well as North County. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John Costigan, followed by Judy Schuer.
Hi, John Costigan. I live in the rural end of El Cajon, East County, near Lake Jennings area. It seems like all of these maps are trying desperately to break up the East County areas. Santee, El Cajon, you're splitting up Ramona on some of these maps. I don't understand why it is that difficult not to keep the East County consistent with the rural areas and parts of Santee and El Cajon. Most of our area is serviced by the Sheriff Patrol, not the City of San Diego. And it seems like you want to throw pieces of the City of San Diego into our maps consistently. I know you're trying to demographically build this, and another thing is more of the affluent areas are getting exactly what they want, and the minority groups, but we're being sort of thrown under the bus by you guys as far as keeping the East County as one area, the North and the East County areas. Thank you very much for your time. I would hope that we can get a map that keeps the East County together.
Thank you. Judy Schuer, followed by Tim O'Healy.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. My name is Judy Shore. I've lived in Lakeside for pretty much most of my 67 years, so I think I'm qualified to speak for East County. I think you've been hearing that most people want to keep it together, and I agree. I do appreciate that you've made some changes since the original maps, which is good, but some of those maps are still just ripping East County apart. Map 10 isn't bad, but it puts Hamul and all that other backcountry down with Chula Vista, which makes absolutely no sense. There are other things about that map that I do think are good, but that part just really kills it for me. Map 11 represents, I feel, the best for East County, rural and backcountry, as it keeps it all together. As you've heard, we are joined by many different things. and we want to stay in the same area together. The exceptions to map 11, I feel, are excluding San Isabel, which has close identity with Ramona and Julian. It should be part of that. And also unincorporated El Cajon should be included also. And I really still don't understand why you're trying to lump a piece of San Diego City in with East County. It just doesn't make any sense. And I think everyone in East County would agree with me on that. I do have some consideration for the city of El Cajon and Rancho San Diego because they have a high concentration of immigrants and refugees, and they might be better served with representation for themselves. But mostly keep East County together, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim O'Healy, followed by Michelle Cherie Porter.
My name is Tim O'Healy. I'm a Marine veteran. I reside in Carlsbad. The city of Escondido, or cities of Escondido, Carlsbad, Vista, San Marcos, and Oceanside are home to one of the largest concentrations of veterans and active duty military in our country. Since 1942, when Camp Pendleton was established, and our veteran population has grown substantially and steadily. We appreciate the effort of the Commission to keep the veteran population together in MAP 10 for unified representation. Veterans have a number of issues that are in need of addressing and for too long have not been a priority. A unified voice will enable veterans to advocate more adequately to ensure issues such as homelessness, employment opportunities, and the tragic loss of 22 veterans and active duty troops to PTSD each day are better addressed. MAP 10 will provide fair representation and protect the rights of the citizens of San Diego that our veterans and active duty military have fought and sacrificed to preserve. Thank you, and once again, I advocate for MAP 10.
Thank you. Michelle Cherie Porter, followed by Chris.
Good morning. I oppose the map as drafted in October. I strongly support the maps outlined at sdcounty.redistrictingmap.org/supervisors. This map keeps many of the East County sister communities together. We have shared economic, social, and cultural interests, and we need to be kept together. I raised my family in East County. All of my extended family has lived in East County since the 1970s. Not only is East County the furthest from the beach cities as one can get, but the area is drastically different than the dense coastal cities. East County is comprised of larger parcels characterized by equestrian and farming areas and is supported by county funds. The need for water and fire safety is essential to protecting our economy and rural lifestyle, whereas the need to control crime and homelessness in the beach cities to attract tourism dollars is a completely different economic driver. East County roads and infrastructure are supported by county funds. If East County is split, property values could diminish from the loss of those county funds. The looming CEQA requirements, zoning laws, and gas taxes will impact East County in a completely different way than in the beach cities. Historically, the unincorporated areas have had its own representation. This should not ever change. Communities should not split school districts. Geographical boundaries should determine the district borders. Please keep rural interfacing communities of Escondido, Poway, Rancho Bernardo, Ramona, San Diego State, Santee, Lakeside, Winter Gardens, Bostonia, Granite Hills, El Cajon, Rancho San Diego, Casa de Oro, Crist, Harbison Canyon, Jamul, Alpine, Descanso, Pine Valley, Potrero, Campo, Jacumba, and Boulevard together. The centrally located suburban and eastern communities of Encinitas, Del Mar, Solana Beach, Carmel Valley, Pacific Highlands Ranch, Rancho Penasquitos, Sabre Springs, Scripps Ranch, La Jolla, University City, Point Loma, Pacific Beach, Ocean Beach, Mission Beach, Point Loma, Mira Mesa, and Linda Vista should be a separate district of its own. Thank you for letting me speak.
Chris, followed by Kathy Cassell.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Hi, my name's Christina Park.
I am a resident of Lakeside and a business owner in El Cajon. I own a tax business that services people all over the county, individuals and businesses. I've lived in East County for 33 years, and I feel that I am qualified to present on these issues. I am very disappointed to see the breakup of East County in most of these maps. I support the maps that have already been mentioned at the website with the supervisor's decisions. I also want to address the fact that everybody has made very good comments about East County and how different it is than the coastal community. I want to come at this a little bit differently. I have clients in South Bay, on the coastal communities, North County, and all over, both business and personal. They speak to me quite frequently about the issues they face, and they are not the same as what we face out here. They have a certain kind of crime, a certain different dealing with homelessness. We out here deal with wildfires, weather events, and a lot of immigrant population with coming over the border. The stories, the horrific stories of what happens way out in Descanso and some of the other areas, we don't have time to address here, but they are really bad. Please keep East County together. We don't need to be broken up, not for any reason. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me.
Thank you. Kathy Cassell, followed by Nina Dramisi.
Hi, I'm Kathy Caswell, President CEO of the Lakeside Chamber of Commerce. The maps proposed do not meet the needs of my community for multiple reasons listed in my e-comments. I strongly urge you to adopt the map, San Diego SD County Redistricting Map.org/supervisors, which is a better fit for Lakeside, for the Barona Band of Mission Indians, and for all of East County. Thank you, and I urge you to take all the e-comments very seriously. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nina Dramisi, followed by the telephone number ending 4109.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Nina Dramisi, and I'm speaking to you as a Lakeside resident. I want to thank you for your work in this area. I know it's very challenging. I strongly support the maps outlined at the website, stcounty-redistrictingmap.org/supervisors. I wholeheartedly support these maps as they have balanced population, ethnicity, and community interests. In short, they keep communities of interest together. I've lived in the community of Lakeside for 31 years, and I live here because I appreciate the rural environment and the focus on agriculture. When looking at these maps, specifically at District 4 in the map, in the city's maps of interest, this map keeps many of East County sister communities together, such as Lakeside, Alpine, Hamul, Santee, Poway, El Cajon, and Ramona. We share safety, economic, health, water, social, and cultural interests enhanced by our rich Kumeyaay and Latinx heritage. Additionally, the unincorporated rural communities within this area work in unison with community planning groups, law enforcement, and fire to ensure safety. Our K-8 schools in these areas feed into Grossmont Union High School District, and we have supported Grossmont Union High School District through school bonds and encourage workforce development through industries and educational institutions in this East County area. Our combined educational, recreational, agriculture, and industrial interests power our economies to enhance families through work and recreation. So again, thank you for your work in this area. I am in support of maps at stcounty-redistrictingmap.org/supervisors. Thank you again.
Thank you. Telephone number ending 4109, followed by Nina, followed by Matt Hall. And you go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Hannah Bay. I am the Executive Director of the San Diego County Farm Bureau. The direct economic output from agricultural production in the County of San Diego is valued at $1.8 billion annually. And the San Diego agricultural community is comprised of over 5,500 farms, 12,335 farm workers, and nearly 70,000 individuals employed within our essential agricultural industry. The mapping proposed by the San Diego IRC fails to account for the three distinct agricultural communities of interest located within the County of San Diego. These maps must be updated to ensure these COIs are properly represented. San Diego County's 3 agricultural COIs are as follows. Number 1, North Inland Agriculture. The North Inland Agriculture COI includes the communities of Escondido, San Pasqual Valley, Valley Center, Rincon, Bonsall, Fallbrook, Paula, Palma Valley, Rainbow, Temecula, and Temecula Wine Country. The second agricultural COI is the East County Agriculture. The East County Agricultural COI includes the communities of Poway, Ramona, San Diego Country Estates, Julian, Santee, Winter Garden, El Cajon, Jamul, Alpine, Descanso, Pine Valley, and everything east, southeast of there to the county borders. The third and final agricultural COI is the North Coastal Agriculture. The North Coastal Agricultural COI includes the communities of Carlsbad, Oceanside, Vista, San Marcos, and Camp Pendleton. Although the currently proposed map number 11 is close to representing these agricultural COIs, additional revisions to the maps are necessary to ensure the process is fair and equitable to the rural and agricultural communities. It is imperative that the revised maps do not split unincorporated communities, agricultural communities, or the special districts, school districts, and water districts covering the rural areas. Agricultural communities are historically underrepresented in local decision-making, and the agricultural COIs require adequate representation in our government decision-making. Thank you.
Matt Hall, followed by the telephone number ending 2738.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for giving me this time. I'm Matt Hall, Mayor for the City of Carlsbad, and I'm asking you today to support maps 12A or 12B, not map 10. Please keep Valley Center, Fallbrook, Bonsall, and the other North County communities, including the North County tribal reservations, connected to our North County supervisor. This includes the cities of Carlsbad, Oceanside, Vista, and San Marcos. And why is this important? 10 years ago, we went through the same process. After that process was completed, the mayors on the 78 corridor came together to build a strong working relationship. We worked on safety, we worked on jobs, and I mean, we continue to work on jobs and bringing good business to North County. We've worked on issues like homelessness, and as a team, even though we have our own homeless teams in each city, we've worked with our supervisors to get county nurses to be part of that. We have had an ongoing working relationship on things like Sandag, trying to bring transit and road monies to North County. We have worked as one for the last 10 years. Please keep us together. We've proven how well we can do this. Please stay with 12A or 12B. I thank you for your time.
Telephone number ending 2738, followed by Laura Hunt.
Was that last speaker speaking in their official capacity or their personal capacity?
Well, I'm not sure I can answer that. He identified himself as the mayor. It should be.
Is it my turn to speak?
Yes, it is. 2738.
Okay, thank you. My name is Michael Sakasagawa. I'm a resident of the city of San Diego in the Mira Mesa neighborhood, and I'm a member of the AAPI community. The reason that I'm calling in today is, first, I just want to thank the commissioners for all the work that you're doing. I know that this is a very difficult decision-making process with a lot of different points of view, and I just want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm calling today in support of map 10 because primarily because it maximizes the API presence in San Diego County and gives us the best representation in order to keep our community together. I also note that it keeps a lot of the 78 corridor together and respects those cities. It also keeps the coastal communities together from Encinitas to Coronado and respects the Voting Right Act and the South County's Latino community. So I think that map 10 is a very balanced and fair map. And again, I just wanted to speak in support of that map. Thanks for giving me this time.
Thank you. Let me go back and see if, well, I don't believe Matt Hall is on the line any longer. Laura Hunter, followed by Teresa DeZazo.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So thank you for giving me this chance to speak. My name is Laura Hunter. I'm a 30-year resident of the Escondido area, and I'm speaking today in strong support of MAP 10. We have an incredible opportunity to rethink and correct past, in my view, mistakes that were done in the past redistricting, and any map is going to be necessarily a compromise. For me, it's very important for us in Escondido to be included in the full 78 corridor, which we see in MAP 10. I think it's the best compromise, and it recognized the different needs of the incorporated cities and the unincorporated communities. So we do have different issues, and our 78 corridor is in urbanizing more and more, and we need to be together. I also really appreciate in MAP 10 that it maximizes the API voting power, which has been traditionally divided up. I very strongly support the PANA district, and the MAP 10 keeps the LGBTQ communities together. I think, you know, the reality is you have to have more than one district that includes unincorporated areas. And I think it's very important to have a unified border district, since a border is economically, environmentally, culturally very, very important. So I appreciate the District 1 in MAP 10 that respects the Voting Rights Act and South County's Latino district. So I stand with other communities in supporting MAP 10, and I hope you will too. Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa DeZazo, followed by the telephone number ending 6465. Teresa, you may need to unmute yourself. Teresa DeZazo.
Okay, there, I got it, sorry. All righty, thank you so much. I had a little glitch there. I would like to, of course, also thank you for all of your hard work and for putting, you know, just so much time into this process. It is really an important process. I too support MAP 10 as the draft MAP 10. I think that I live in Encinitas, and I think that keeping the coastal communities together is important, not just because we are communities that sometimes have to deal with crime and with homelessness, but also we are taking care of the ocean. We are trying to keep it clean. We're trying to pay attention to changes to our beaches and to the ocean itself, and keep it healthy. We, of course, also are interested in blue jobs and green jobs and blue jobs, and education about the ocean so that the kids know, you know, how to take care of that as they grow up. And then, of course, we do have tourism and recreation that is important as an economic driver in our area. So I do believe that MAP 10 really speaks to, you know, supporting all of those very fine objectives. In addition, as the speaker before me said, I think that it is also very good map for the API communities, for the LGBTQ communities, for the PANA district. And I do also believe that it respects the Voting Rights Act as it is written. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Telephone number ending 6465, followed by the telephone number ending 5665.
Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Justin Schlafly. I am a third-generation East County resident and a proud board member of the East County Chamber of Commerce, although I'm speaking today in my personal capacity, not on behalf of the East County Chamber of Commerce. I've lived in San Diego County my whole life, and I strongly support the maps found at the website map.org/. These maps are critical in keeping the East County community together. Communities of interest such as Lakeside, Alpine, Hamul, Santee, Poway, El Cajon, and Ramona should be kept together. You know, I personally live in Santee, formerly lived in unincorporated El Cajon. The East County Chamber office is in the city of El Cajon. I play in Lakeside and Alpine. I have friends all over East County, and we are one whole community. We should not be divided. We have shared economic, social, and cultural interests. When we all want to go and go to a concert, we go to the Magnolia and El Cajon. Splitting El Cajon off from the rest of East County is unconscionable and would be transparent gerrymandering for, unfortunately, purely political purposes. It does not serve the interests of the citizens of East County. Please keep our communities together. These maps that divide East County and sometimes divide us in three ways are completely unworkable and would actually destroy many of the institutions that we have built in East County. Many of the partnerships that we have built between fire districts, water districts, school districts, we do work together. Even our mayors in El Cajon, Lakeside, or El Cajon, Santee, and Lemon Grove get together to help appoint our representatives to Sandak. So this is unconscionable to divide East County. Please keep us together and please support or look at the maps at sdcountyredistrictingmap.org/supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you. Telephone number ending 5665, followed by Jim Hickle. 5665, you may need to unmute yourself by dialing *6.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you
Can
now.
you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Sharon Haven. I live in Alpine. I've lived in Alpine for over 60 years. I spoke at your meeting in Chula Vista, and I want to thank you for giving considerable thought to the issues of East County as shown by the maps 9 through 12. Personally, the best map to me is the map that the gentleman just before me mentioned, the San Diego County Redistricting Commonality of Interest / Supervisor. But if you cannot support that map for whatever reason, my favorite map is map 11. And I believe that that includes most of our communities that have been with us for these many 80 years or so in support, in fire, and in other activities. And I do think that it would be a benefit to include Rancho San Diego and Santa Isabel rather than the portions of San Diego along the 805 and Mira Mesa that have little in common with us. So if trade-offs have to be made, I would certainly support that. And thank you for your continued interest and your continued looking at this matter. And I hope that we will find our way to commonality in.
I think I may have lost you. Jim Hickle, followed by Christopher Rodriguez.
Hello, this is Jim Hickle. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. And thank you, IRC, for your opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Jim Hickle. I'm a 23-year resident of Ramona, where I serve as the president of the Ramona Municipal Water District. As agreed in our November 9th board meeting, I'm here today speaking on behalf of the Water District Board, a unanimous board, and our RMWD staff. At Ramona Municipal Water District, we have 5 divisions who represent our community, providing not only our water, but as well as our sewer, our fire, our EMS, and our parks for the community of Ramona. We serve 9,500 accounts, 75 square miles, and over 40,000 constituents. We believe Ramona is a community of interest that should not be bifurcated as proposed in maps 12A or 12B. I'd like to draw your attention to those 2 maps. They bifurcate Ramona between the San Diego Country Estates and the remainder of Ramona towards the west and north. We do not support that. At RMWD, we have a community currently in District 2 aligned with our rural neighbors. Under maps 12A and 12B, you've bifurcated us from the estates, and this places 2 of our district divisions in one supervisor and would place 3 other divisions under another supervisor. Our RMWD board unanimously voted to advocate support a county district map that keeps Ramona whole as one community with a singular supervisor aligned with our East County rural neighbors. A whole Ramona enables us to collaborate closely with our supervisor that is not diluted and effectively splitting up our constituents and the Ramona board. As a whole, unanimous board, Ramona Municipal Water District board and staff supports district maps that keep us whole. and particularly in favor of map 11. Thank you.
Thank you. Christopher Rodriguez, followed by Bill Wells.
I just want to say thank you guys so much. I do not envy your job as commissioners in trying to balance out all of this community feedback. And I just, again, thank you so much for your service to our community. I want to start out by introducing myself. My name is Christopher Rodriguez. I'm speaking in the capacity as a 20-year resident of the city of Oceanside. I came out here through the United States Marine Corps. I did 2 combat tours, the first to Baghdad, second to Fallujah. I was injured in a firefight and got out, started a small business, and have just grown to absolutely love and adore the North County community. I'm married. I have 7 children. We manage a farm in Oceanside that is right near the border of Fallbrook. And the first issue I want to present is, number one, map 10 is unbalanced and extremely divisive. It's going to send our county in a completely different direction, and it doesn't meet the needs of communities of interests. What I would like to see, and what I think is essential, is that we keep North County cities of Oceanside, Carlsbad, Vista, and San Marcos together. They share core economic and transportation interests that must not be separated. It's also important to consider the overlapping school districts between these cities. For example, Oceanside has 5 school districts within our border, including Carlsbad, Vista, San Marcos, Bonsall, and Fallbrook. The perfect balance to these North County coastal cities include the unincorporated areas of Fallbrook, Bonsall, Valley Center, and the historic tribal lands. These more rural areas share common interests that include rich history, agriculture, commerce, and access to goods and services. The last comment I want to make is that I do sit on the Oceanside City Council as an elected official, and it's so important that we keep our military community, and that's why I support map 12B. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Thank you. Bill Wells, followed by Misty O'Healy.
Hi, my name is Bill Wells. I'm the mayor of the city of El Cajon, and thank you very much for having me today and letting me speak. I want to talk about some of the maps that I've been seeing, and I have some concerns, and those concerns are mostly about the fact that these maps seem to separate El Cajon from its neighbors, such as Santee, Poway, and Alpine. And to me, that makes no practical sense. These maps break up East San Diego County, ignore key critical factors such as the region that is served by 1 school district, 2 water agencies, 1 hospital district, and 1 911 fire dispatch area. It also seems to separate the Chaldean communities and the Arabic communities between Rancho San Diego and El Cajon are really one community of interest. The map disregards the region's historic relationship, fragments strong communities of interest. I'd like to call on the San Diego County Independent Redistricting Commission to ensure that East County, San Diego County communities continue to remain within the same supervisory district. And I appreciate the time. And again, I want to thank you for serving on this commission. I know it's not an easy job. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Misty O'Healy, followed by David Chittick.
Hi, I'm Misty O'Healy and a resident of Carlsbad. I am calling in to support map 10 for multiple reasons. One, I am a resident who benefits from the 78 corridor, getting to and from work. The 78 corridor has for many years been a lifeline of commerce, recreation, and healthcare opportunities for the region. It respects the Tri-City Hospital region. And as a USMC veteran spouse, I appreciate the effort that you've put into keeping the veteran community together with map 10. As the largest in the country, this community has special needs and really should be represented with a unified voice. Map 10 also takes into consideration the multitude of other communities in the county who are being kept together, so they are also represented by one voice, such as the API community, the LGBTQ community, and most importantly, it respects the Voting Rights Act as it was intended. Thank you very much.
Thank you. David Chittick, followed by Christina Piggy Manankiel.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. First of all, just wanted to thank you guys. I know you don't have an easy job right now in light of everything. It's pretty crazy. So thank you for what you're doing. I appreciate that you guys are independent as well. So you're making the best decisions for the people of San Diego County and not succumbing to any political pressure. So two things I wanted to do. First, I wanted to strongly oppose, just looking through all the maps, I wanted to strongly oppose the draft map 10. From the looks of it, that kind of divides every part of the county and doesn't represent the needs of the people. With that, looking at the different maps layout, I think map 11 is the closest to what we want, but needs some modifications with parts of East County that I think we can do. I'm a local resident of Escondido as well as a small business owner in Escondido. And I know the redistricting is largely due to District 3 and the growth of it, largely due to Escondido and the growth. And when I look at draft map 11, I can see it and I see what it includes. And it includes the areas of Ramona and Poway and Lakeside and Alpine into the areas that they want to be included in, whereas the other ones kind of divide those up and includes Escondido into the areas that we want to be a part of and looks after our interests as well in the communities of Valley Center and San Marcos and Oceanside and Camp Pendleton. I think draft map 11 is the closest to where we need to go. And I think we're on the right track at only looking at that map. Again, I strongly oppose draft map 10 because that's going to throw everything into chaos and it's not going to represent the needs of the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Christina Piggy Manankio, followed by Mike McDonald.
Hello, I emailed earlier and I have a co-presenter as well. We have Jean-Louis Tran, who will be speaking with me, and Shay Kawano Miller, who will be ceding time.
Okay, I don't know that it was specified, but because we're giving 2/3 of the regular time, we'll give you 6 minutes.
Thank you, I
It's
appreciate
okay,
it.
unless the chair objects.
No, that's okay.
Thank you so much. Is Jean-Louis able to be added here?
What was the other name? I'm sorry.
Jean-Louis Tran?
Yes, I have allowed him to speak as well.
Thank you.
Or I have allowed Jean-Louis Tran to speak.
Jean-Louis, thank you so much. We thank you commissioners for your time and energy during this redistricting process. My name is Christina Manankil. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm an organizer with Asian Solidarity Collective. ASC is a grassroots organization, and our mission is to activate Asian American social justice consciousness, condemn anti-Blackness, and build Asian solidarity intersectionally with Black, Brown, Indigenous folks, people with disabilities, queer and trans people of color, and all oppressed communities. Our work includes political education, community building, and collective action. We have a large base of over 500 members and 45 active members throughout San Diego County, and our members have been engaged in this redistricting process at the county, city, and state level, building cross-racial solidarity with multiple organizations and communities as we have an intersectional practice, and we center those who are most impacted, have been most impacted, and historically silenced. So we're talking about communities who don't get their needs heard or met. So I want to pass it to Jean-Louis.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay, I think I'm on mute. So
Sorry,
I'm gonna...
I was on mute. We can hear you, Jean-Louis.
Okay, 1 second. So my name is Jean-Louis, and I am a member of Asian Solidarity Collective. I appreciate for the moment to speak to support draft map 10 as it keeps community together and will make the San Diego County stronger. Map 10 is the best way to keep the AAPI community together. It maximizes the API presence, which is critical to build a stronger, more inclusive San Diego. Map 10 also keep the coastal community together from Encinitas to Coronado, respect the city along the 78 freeway, and keep them united, and include the proposed PANA district that values the Black Muslim community of interest and keep the LGBTQ community together, respect the Voting Rights Act and the South County Latino community that will give the Latino community the representation of the the representation that they needed. Map 10 is balanced and fair, works well for every region and county. I urge the commission to listen to community members and move forward with Map 10 today. We stand together with Map 10. Thank you. Oh, one more thing. I also want to mention is that Map 11 is currently splitting up the AAPI community, and I would strongly oppose that map. So supporting Map 10, oppose Map 11. Thank you.
Does that conclude your group presentation?
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you. Kathy Steele, followed by Rama Awad.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you so much for the hard work you've put into this daunting task over the last several months. I am here today to strongly support draft map 10 because I believe it is the most fair and beneficial to almost all the communities of interest. Draft map 10 connects the 78 corridor cities of Oceanside, Carlsbad, Vista, San Marcos, and Escondido. This connection benefits those who rely on the Sprinter for transportation to and from work and school. There are folks who have moved there for that specific reason. It also keeps the Tri-City Hospital region in one district and serves the veterans community, which has been historically underserved. Map 10 is fair and balanced and works for almost all regions in the county. It maximizes the API voting power in the coastal district. It includes the proposed PANA district that joins the Black and Muslim COIs and keeps intact the LGBTQ+ communities. It also respects the Voting Rights Act and it keeps South County Latinos together. I urge the commission to move forward with map 10 today. It is in the best interest of the many and varied COIs in San Diego County. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Rama Awad, followed by Mike McDonald.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Rama Awad, and I am the programs manager with Majda, the Arab Community Center of San Diego. We are based on East Main Street in El Cajon. I live in San Diego personally between City Heights and La Mesa, and I identify my Arab community as a critical subset of a broader community of interest, which includes BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, people of color, immigrants, and refugees. I am here to voice my support for map drafts that keep San Diego refugee and immigrant communities together in a single district, and for us, that is map number 10. Map 10 keeps together City Heights, La Mesa, Lemon Grove, El Cajon, Paradise Hills, Spring Valley, and Rancho San Diego. I want to uplift that El Cajon should not be included in rural areas such as Alpine or Lakeside due to a lack of shared demographics and community characteristics. Unlike rural areas in East County, El Cajon has historically seen high numbers of refugee resettlement, relying on strong community networks for mutual aid and support. El Cajon must remain united in a single district and be included with other refugee communities throughout the county. And this is really important to ensure that our needs as BIPOC refugees and immigrants are adequately addressed by the County Board of Supervisors. I urge the commission to listen to the community members that we've been working with for the past several months to map our communities, and please move forward with map number 10. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Mike McDonald, followed by the telephone number ending 5362.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Michael McDonald. I'm a resident in District 4 and a member of Asian Solidarity Collective, who we just heard from a couple callers ago. And I'm calling to support voice my support of draft map 10, as it keeps communities together and is the best way to maximize the presence of AAPI communities. It also respects the cities along the 78 corridor freeway and keeps them united, includes the proposed PANA district that values the Black and Muslim communities of interest and keeps the LGBTQ communities together. It respects the Voting Rights Act of South County's Latino community. Map 10 is the most balanced and fair way, most balanced and fair, and works well for every region in the county. Urge the commission to listen to the community members and move forward with Map 10. Thank you.
Thank you. Telephone number ending 5362, followed by Cat S.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Judith Howell, and I'm calling on behalf of Planned Parenthood Action Fund of the Pacific Southwest. I want to first thank the commissioners for their hard work and for listening to the communities during these past few months. I know it hasn't been easy. I'm calling because I want to support Draft Map 10 as it keeps communities together and will make San Diego County stronger. By including the proposed PANA district, Map 10 is the right fit for Central San Diego communities. It includes the historic LGBTQ community of interest in Hillcrest, University Heights, North Park, Mission Hills, Normal Heights, and Kensington, and the Black community of interest from Southeast San Diego to La Mesa and El Cajon. Map 10 maximizes API voting power in the coastal district, respects the cities along the 78 freeway, and keeps them united, while also respecting the Voting Rights Act and the South County's Latino community. Map 10 is balanced and fair and works well for every region in the county. I urge the commission to listen to the community members and move forward with Map 10 tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Cat S, followed by Joseph Weber.
Hello, thank you so much to the commissioners for their hard work over the past few months. My name is Catherine Steele-Rotman, and I am a San Marcos resident. I work as a behavioral therapist for children who have special needs, and I work with families from many, many different backgrounds. Speaking as a private citizen, I strongly believe in inclusive representation, and I support Map 10 because it unifies communities in our county. Map 10 successfully connects the 78 cities by recognizing the needs of both unincorporated communities and incorporated cities. It also recognizes the strong veterans presence along the 78 cities corridor. It maximizes the coastal district's API voting power. It respects the Voting Rights Act. It respects the Latinx community in South County. It unites LGBTQ communities, and it includes the proposed PANA district that values Muslim and Black communities of interest. Map 10 promotes unity for every region in San Diego County, and I strongly encourage the commission to listen to community members and please select Map 10. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. Your work is deeply appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Joseph Weber, followed by Preston Brown. Joseph.
Good morning. You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm Joseph Weber. I live in Ramona in East San Diego. I've lived here for 15 years. Previously, I lived down in San Diego City. And I just want to thank you guys again, like the others, that the job you've taken on is daunting, and I appreciate everything you guys are doing. And I look up to you guys. And so God bless your work. I've experienced in my life, though, that in rural areas, such as the existing District 2, when they're combined with large city populations, that the rural areas lose their representation as the large city populations usurp the needs and rights of the rural people. And so I would request that you would please keep the rural areas rural to maintain the rural representation. I strongly support the maps that achieve this goal. The map that keeps many of the East County communities together, such as Lakeside, Alpine, Hamul, Santee, Poway, El Cajon, and Ramona, are paramount to achieve the differing needs of the rural concerns versus the corporate concerns and corporated concerns. So please, of all the maps, I hear that the supervisor's map for redistricting keeps it close to where it is right now, and I would strongly support those maps. And any map that splits us up or combines Ramona with any kind of large city population that would not fit into our needs or interest, I would ask you to not use those maps and continue with keeping rural and corporate areas incorporated. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Preston Brown, followed by Judah Coker.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Preston Brown, and I'm the vice chair of the Hamul Dulzura Community Planning Group, and I'm speaking as an individual today. I think originally you focused very carefully on the coastal areas, thinking that this would be the most difficult task. At the last hearing, many of the East County residents started calling in and expressed that they'd felt abandoned with no recognition by the way you were constructing your maps. I want to congratulate the committee for drawing map number 2 in the springboard scenarios. It's not on one of the maps presented today, but it was I found it in the springboard. And it accomplished the idea that I want to express now, that it unified the rural backcountry on a north-south axis. All the other maps divide us by drawing lines of latitude to the east. The East County, think of it as a multiplicity of communities of interest, of agriculture, farming and ranching, the areas of biodiversity and land conservation, multiple species preservation, Native American communities, recreation and wilderness escape for city dwellers, tourism, and historical preservation. The transitions, I think, will be the most difficult thing for you. The transition communities may pose the biggest challenge. Some coastal communities make an abrupt transition to rural wilderness and conservation areas. And one of the maps for District of Chula Vista moves the current district line east to the Otay Wilderness and Dulzura region, and it makes no sense. By theme and tradition, this area belongs with a larger swath of rural land reaching from the north to the south in the county. The current eastern boundaries of the Chula Vista district should remain in place. Those are my comments. Thank you very much for taking on a very difficult task.
Thank you. Judah Coker, followed by AMV Prado.
Hi, my name is Judah Coker, and I'm a resident of Oceanside. I first want to thank the commissioners for their hard work and for listening to communities during these past few months. I'm calling in to voice my support for draft map 10, as I believe it does the best job at keeping communities together and will make San Diego stronger. Map 10 connects the 78 cities the right way. Other versions of just cause a lot of chaos in North County and other parts of the county, tearing apart communities of interest and warping coastal districts. Map 10 also maximizes API voting power in the coastal district, includes the proposed Pana district that keeps the Black/Muslim community of interest together and keeps the LGBTQ communities together. Lastly, I believe it respects the Voting Rights Act and South County's Latino community. And so thank you so much for listening to my comment. And that's it.
Thank you. AMV Prado, followed by Mike Anderson.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, yes.
Thank you. Yes, hello, commissioners. My name is Ana Marie Velasco. I'm a retired educator here in Escondido. I'm a 20-year resident of Escondido, and I'm calling today to support MAP 10. I have to tell you that in a way, the North County corridor has already united our communities in many ways. I'm also the chair of the Public Art Commission, and we look for support within Vista, San Marcos, and Oceanside when we are looking into any of the artistic projects that we are looking forward. I'm also an environmental activist. Again, Oceanside and all the cities in the 78 corridor are supporting each other either with ordinances, information, and data, and so on. So that is a natural connection happening already. I also like the idea of seeing the coastal community together. They have common grounds and common interests, so we don't want to separate that. It's really important that you see that other North County versions, maps, just don't work because they bring basically chaos and tear apart other communities and warp the coastal district. MAP 10 respects the Voting Rights Act and South County Latino community. It keeps API voting power in the coastal district, includes the proposed Pana district that values the Black community, the Muslim community, and keeps the LGBTQ community together. MAP 10 is balanced and fair and works well for every region in the county. I urge you to support map 10. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Anderson, followed by Eve.
Hi, this is Mike Anderson. I'm almost a lifelong resident of Lakeside and also East County. I'd really like to urge you not to split up East County. It's historically a community of interest. We have, horses and rodeos, and we're both suburbs and backcountry. We share the fire danger that we all have, but we also have planning and fire districts that overlap. Our kids go to the same school districts, and they compete in sports and that sort of thing. So it's all kind of a general area that historical district, and we would really like not to see it split up between more than one supervisoral district. So whatever map we decide, I'm going to speak in favor of keeping the East County, including Santee Lakeside, the hills of the backcountry, all that as a single district. Thank you.
Thank you. Eve, followed by Pam Albergo. Eve, you may need to unmute yourself. Eve at Band of Hands.
How about now?
Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners, for listening to the public comments and taking action on the maps accordingly. There is so much to consider, and I do not envy your role. I'm a San Diego entrepreneur, and I've lived in Jamul for many years, and I'm honored to serve on the Jamul del Sur Planning Group, and I'm speaking to you as a private citizen. The maps violate the spirit and the letter of the law by crossing county lines and splitting communities. East County communities are a tight family, as you have heard. Many maps presented suggest a divorce, resulting in scattering these tight family units. We need to stay together. Healthy communities make a healthy family and a healthy San Diego. Map 11, although not perfect, seems to best represent Jamul's sister communities. Other maps have Jamul paired with communities that just don't share our demographics. We, unlike Chula Vista, for example, rely on groundwater, septic systems, and enjoy dark sky ordinances. We struggle with a deadly two-way unlit freeway called 94 and raging and deadly wildfires. Maps 10, 9, and 12 do not represent us. Map 10 especially does not represent us as it pairs us with Chula Vista, Imperial Beach, and National City. It doesn't make sense. Please consider editing map 10 to exclude cities from Jamul and ensure that East County stays together. It sounds like it does make sense for other communities, so please consider that edit. Divorce court is a terrible place to be. Let's keep our East County communities and families together. Thank you.
Thank you. Pam Albergo, followed by Lynn Hopewell.
Hello, commissioners. Thank you very much for all the hard work that you've been doing for all these many, many months. My name is Pam Albergo. I live in Escondido, and I support draft map 10, as it is the most fair and balanced map that represents the Voting Rights Act, or respects the Voting Rights Act. I want to see Escondido to be joined with San Marcos, Vista, Oceanside, and Carlsbad. I am a wife of a retired law enforcement officer here in the North County, and I know all of the North County cities, including Carlsbad, Oceanside, Vista, San Marcos, and Escondido, join together in task forces, different law enforcement actions in this area. I also do all my shopping up in the North County. I do not get out into the east kind of rural areas of the county, and I would support draft map 10 for many reasons, that being maybe more personal to myself. I also think that draft map 10 is the most fair and balanced for all of the districts. The API voting power is maximized. The PANA and Black and Muslim communities are all supported and keeps the LGBTQ communities together, and again, respects the Voting Rights Act and the South County Latino community. Thank you, commissioners. I hope that you will support draft map 10. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Hopewell, followed by Rebecca.
Hi, this is Lynn Hopewell. I am a resident of Ramona, and my family has owned property here since 1956, and I currently live on that property. I'm also a member of the Ramona Planning Group, and I'm speaking for myself. I've heard many speakers say they don't want East County split. I agree with them. Also, it's important that Ramona stay a unified town with one supervisor versus splitting it in two. It would be a detriment to Ramona if it's split. For this reason, I support either map 10 or 11 as they more closely mirror what we currently have and keeps us with our sister communities as we share similar lifestyles and concerns. I also agree with a gentleman earlier that said he'd like to see Hamul included with that. I would agree with that as well, since we all share common lifestyles and help support each other during fire season. I thank you all for the work you're doing and for this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca, followed by Robert Krysak.
Thank you, Mr. Hall and Chairman and all of the commissioners. Appreciate your time and your interest in the effort that's gone into the work that you've done so far. I'm here in support of the SD County Redistricting Map.org/supervisors, in particular speaking on behalf of the East County. When I look at the East County as a resident for more than 40 years and a business owner and an active member of the Chamber of Commerce, what I see in the map that's represented for Supervisor District 4 would keep together the East County communities that have so much affinity. And we've heard from other speakers in the past that have addressed shared fire districts, school districts, healthcare districts, water districts, also shared recreation activities, and the importance of our immigrant and refugee communities, as well as our tribal communities. There's a network within the East County in particular that has been working on developing leaders specifically to address the issues, the needs of the East County. Originally, that program began as Leadership El Cajon. It morphed into Leadership East County and more recently into Leadership East Region. It draws from the community districts that are outlined in the map that I've referenced, and it would include Poway, Ramona, San Diego County Estates, Santee Lakeside, Winter Gardens, Bostonia, Granite Hills, El Cajon and Rancho San Diego, Casa de Oro, Crest, Alpine, also Hamul, Descanso, Pine Valley, Potrero, Campo, Jacumba, and Boulevard. This particular grouping of communities have shared interest, shared resources, and we would appreciate your support in keeping us a community of interest and shared affinity. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Krysak, and then at this time, I don't see any other virtual hands. So let me give one last call. If you would like to address the commission on this item and you haven't done so already, the commission would like to hear from you. Please raise a virtual hand by clicking the raise hand button on Zoom or by pressing *9 if you're dialing in by phone. Robert Krysak?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for the hard work you're putting in on this commission. It's not an easy job. I'm a member of the Ramona Chamber of Commerce board, but I'm speaking as an individual today. I've lived in the community of Ramona for over 30 years. Ramona is a community with shared interests, shared needs, and a shared culture. We are a united community which collectively addresses our town's needs, which are rural and dramatically different from our urban centers. We need to remain whole. Similarly, the backcountry of San Diego has unique and similar needs. We need a strong singular voice for our rural communities, and we should not be reduced to fighting amongst ourselves across supervisorial districts. I strongly support keeping the community of Ramona intact and joined with our sister rural communities so that rural interests are heard. I strongly support the map, which is located at San Diego County Redistricting Map.org/supervisors, or I can live with maps 10 or 11 as they both tend to keep the East County and rural communities together. Thank you for your efforts today.
Thank you. Jeff Kors, followed by Steve Roback.
Hello, my name is Jeff Kors. I'm a resident of Solana Beach. And
I recognize that this is a difficult process with a lot of trade-offs. So I wanted to start out by thanking you all for being willing to do this work. Map 10 does, I think, the best job of respecting the various needs and trade-offs involved in this process. It keeps the coastal communities together so that they can deal with common issues, as we've seen with the recent oil spill. I think it also does a good job of respecting the community of interest that several speakers have already alluded to. Things like keeping the 78 corridor together, respecting the API community, and respecting the interests along the border, which we've all seen in the news a great deal recently. So again, I support map 10 and thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Steve Robeck, followed by Andrew Haynes.
Hi, Steve Robeck here. I'm currently the board president of the Lakeside Water District, and I'm on the Lakeside Community Planning Group. I'd like to also support the one with the odd name, the San Diego County Redistricting map.org/supervisors. It most closely mirrors what we have now, and our communities of interest are, I'd say, best represented because we are not changing so much and including or discluding groups or areas that have been with us for a long time. I also sit on a board, CSA 69, County Service Area 69. There, we have two service areas in San Diego, the Santee Lakeside, which provides the ambulance service for those two communities, Lakeside and in Santee. So it would be good to keep the Santee on with Lakeside, because if that was separated, it would put them in another area with a different supervisor. Some of these maps really obliterate. Map number 10, I know people have spoken in favor of it, but it seems to break up most of the communities the most. And I'd say that best governance isn't by reinventing the wheel, it's keeping the wheel rolling and just making slight modifications. So once again, like I said, I support the newer map that was submitted. Doesn't have a number on it yet, but the SDCO County Redistricting map.org/supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew Hayes, followed by the telephone number ending 4835.
Good morning, Commissioners. Andrew Hayes. I am on the school board in Lakeside, and I am speaking on my own this morning. First, I want to thank the commissioners for their hard work, and I also want to thank Commissioner Inman and co-vice chair Katerina for their going to a Lakeside Planning Group meeting a couple weeks ago and sharing with the community about the process. I think there was a lot of residents there that were very appreciative, so thank you for that. A couple things I want to address. First, I want to address a procedural issue that I saw or I've noticed on the e-comments for the website. There are no e-comments posted since the 10th, and I know people who sent them in. So I just would be hopeful that they will be there. I just want to bring that to your attention. Secondly, I wanted to bring up what I'm hearing from a lot of my constituents is the confusion on the numbering of the maps. I know a lot of folks have voted for certain people, and there's concern about that. I know you guys you can't take that into consideration, but I do think it's important for people to know the situation around the numbering of the maps. And then another thing I wanted to highlight too was some of the things that you've done on the maps really do take East County into consideration. I do want to highlight, however, that places like Jamul and Lakeside and Rancho San Diego have a lot in common. We have a lot more in common with the city of El Cajon as an unincorporated community and the city of Santee than we do with places in the city of San Diego like Mira Mesa or Tierra Santa. On any day, we have more in common with those communities. And so I really encourage you to take a look at that, because we do have a lot in common with areas like El Cajon and Santee, and as opposed to portions of the city of San Diego. So I had seen a map that had come out at San Diego County Redistricting map.org/supervisors. I think you should take a look at that. It's a great little starting point for some of the existing maps we already have that you guys have heard from East County. So I really want to thank you, appreciate your time, and thank you again.
Thank you. Telephone number ending 4835, followed by the telephone number 0931. 4835, you may have to dial *6. There you go.
Okay, I'm Lori Gonzalez, Rincon Tribal Council, and on behalf of my band,
I respectfully ask you to ensure that the tribal reservations in Inland North County be maintained in one district. We strongly oppose map 10 for that very reason. It's bad for North County tribes. It separates our historic lands. The independent and self-governing nations, including the reservations of La Jolla, Los Coyotes, Mesa Grande, Paula, Palma-Yuima, Rincon, Santa Isabel, and San Pascual, are currently contained within one supervisor district. We urge you to maintain their current placement within one district. Doing so ensures that the important community and intergovernmental ties we've forged with our neighbors will be maintained. North County has historically been a mixture of urban and rural, coastal and inland, and the current District 5 certainly reflects that mix. The tribal reservations in our historic lands in inland North County are linked to the more urbanized areas to the west by two main highways, the 76 and the 78. We are also linked by the interlocking relationships between the special districts that provide services to so much of North County. The water districts and fire districts serve our direct neighbors, and they also assist us in emergencies. Finally, North County surely represents a community of interest. Beyond that, however, for the sovereign tribal reservations in North County, it is important that we continue to be part of a district that comprises the coastal, urban, and rural communities, and the transportation corridors, the chambers of commerce, and the network of businesses and organizations. These are our historic and cultural lands, and we ask that you ensure that our voices continue to be heard in the land of our ancestors. Thank you.
Thank you. 0931 followed by Arcela Nunez Alvarez. 0931, press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you
Hi
now.
there. Hi, my name is Diane Tavares, and I live in Bonsall with some horses. I have floral agricultural property in North Escondido, very north. It sort of feels like Fallbrook, but it is on the I-15 corridor in Escondido. And some of the ag workers I have come from the Pella Indian Reservation, and I feel that our needs are so different from the needs of the cities. I have family that lives in Oceanside, and that short 20-minute drive from Oceanside to Bonsall, I think about what a different life we're leading and how they would need different representation than what we need. And I feel map 10 does not represent particularly ag workers and particularly the Indian Reservation. And that we need representation that understands what a rural community is. And it did remind me that our government was formed as a republic, and that was done so that people in the cities couldn't overlook the needs of the people in the rural communities. And I truly appreciate how difficult it is for this board to serve the community. I've done a lot of volunteering and I've been on boards, and it's hard to make everybody happy. But so I appreciate the work you're putting into it. But I feel map 10 is really going to harm our agricultural community, which is an important, and a lot of dollars come from the agricultural community into this county. So I just would like you to please try and keep our rural community together. Thank you.
Thank you. Arcela Nunez Alvarez, followed by Larry Johnson.
Buenas tardes. My name is Stella Nunez. I am an educator and also director of Universidad Popular. We work with families across the North County region. In our experience working across the region, we ask the commission to please see cities of Escondido, San Marcos, Vista, Oceanside, and the Fallbrook region as part of District 5. These cities and the region as a whole are the home to a high number of Latino families. In fact, in many of these cities, Latinos comprise over 50% of the population. My remarks are specifically focused on the north region of the county. So in reference to the maps that were drawn for discussion today, we are mainly seeing the North County region together in this in map 11. We hope that you will allow Latinos to have the ability to influence political representation in this region. We want to ensure that our community's vote is protected and that we're able to get the representation that Latinos deserve in North County. We've heard reference to Latinos being protected in the South region, which is great. But in all the other maps that are discussed today, Latinos are actually divided in the North region. So thank you for your consideration, and we hope you keep our communities together.
Thank you. Larry Johnson, followed by Jennifer Jeffries.
Hello, this is Larry Johnson. I live in Campo. I did talk at the November 1st meeting, and I appreciate the effort that the commissioners made in revising some maps to take a much closer look at East County and our differences and commonalities and where our connections are to the other towns and communities located nearby. As a result, it looked like you came up with map number 9, which was very good all along the border. It disconnected us from Chula Vista, which was proper, included us with El Cajon and La Mesa and so forth, the towns that we're really connected to. The other map that came in was also map 11, which was a larger rural area, but it still accomplished the same kind of thing, but it did leave us separated from the towns that we're most closely associated with, and that's El Cajon, Santee, and so forth. So as I have sat here listening to this, there's obviously a favorite map 10, and most of those people are from the coastal areas and the northwest part of the county. That seems to satisfy a lot of their needs. And also, I also hear a lot of comments coming from the East County, and that they would like to contain and be similar to map 9 or 11. However, I hear that San Diego County Redistricting map.org/supervisors has been proposed, and I just looked it up on the computer, and it looks very good. It includes much of what was in map 9, much of what was in map 11, and if it could be combined with map 10, the western portions of map 10, that would make a pretty good combination, I think. So that's what I'm proposing. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Jeffries, followed by Julie.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you again for your work. I haven't had a chance to see the newly posted map, so perhaps my concerns are addressed there. I speak in support of map 11 as a resident of Fallbrook since 1988. Points of interest, perhaps. We are Camp Pendleton's neighbor. We have a tremendous concentration of veterans and active duty personnel living here. They are our community partner on an ongoing daily basis, so we would ask you to consider that alliance. And again, also we have decades-long alliances, communities of interest, if you will. Fallbrook, Bonsall Valley Center, and Camp Pendleton are highly allied with Oceanside, San Marcos, Escondido, and Vista. So anything you can do to help the maps respond to that, we would appreciate it. And again, thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you. Julie, followed by Crystal Irving.
I am Julie, and I'm calling because I am in favor of map 10. And I would also like to thank the commissioners for all of your hard work in these past few months. You have done such a great job of listening to us, members of the community, giving our input. Map 10 is balanced, it's fair, and it works well for every region in the county. I would like you to know that The main one I love about map 10 is that it includes the proposed PANA district that values the Black Muslim community of interest, and it keeps the LGBTQ communities together. And it respects the Voting Rights Act and South County's Latino community. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Crystal Irving, followed by Jill B.
My name is Crystal Irving, and I'm proud to be the president of SEIU Local 221, which represents over 10,000 county employees that serve the public every day, such as nurses, social workers, and mental health counselors who have been on the front lines dealing with COVID. Our members live and work throughout the county, so I've heard from many voices from our membership and our coalition partners that represent the great diversity of our county. And with that in mind, I want to share our support of MAP 10. I like MAP 10 so much, I even made a top 10 list for you on why you should move forward. Number 10, it maximizes voter power for Latino, Black, and API communities. 9, it balances the needs of South County, East County, North County, and the coast. Now, reasons 7 and 8 are the 78. MAP 10 keeps the 78 cities together instead of breaking them apart. 6, MAP 10 took MAP 6 and made it better by adding Barrio Logan to South County, uniting more East County, and keeping API communities with the coast. 5, all 5 districts work well for their regions. Other maps create chaos and confusion by splitting large communities or combining neighborhoods in ways that just don't make sense. 4, you've got a great District 4 that really works. It unites the urban central San Diego, immigrant and refugee communities in a way that's long overdue. Number 3, Tri-Cities. Oceanside, Vista, and Carlsbad share healthcare needs and more in the Tri-City District. MAP 10 keeps them together at the county level too. Number 2, the changes to District 2 are great. East County and unincorporated areas united. And number 1, the top priority, respecting the Voting Rights Act. MAP 10 gets it done with the Latino South County District along the border that finally gives South County the voice it deserves. So please move forward with MAP 10, the map that really reflects San Diego's diverse communities and how our region is evolving. Thank you.
Thank you. Jill B, followed by Judy Ritter. Jill B, you're muted. Okay, Jill, I'm going to come back to you.
Here I am here. I'm sorry. I just found out how to unmute. My name's Jill Bartow. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name's Jill Bartow. I'm currently a governing board member in Cajon Valley, but I'm speaking here personally as a longtime resident of El Cajon. MAP 10 not only splits up our community as East County, but it pulls us into San Diego communities, which we do not even usually seem as East County. East County is unique. East County should be part of San Diego, Santee and Lakeside. To break up in map number 10 and map number 11 appears that it not only Grossmont Union High School District has been broken up, so we do not even have the same supervisors representing the high school district. We would have different ones, but it also breaks up Cajon Valley Union School District. We represent Crest and we represent Blossom Valley. This will now break up a small school district in East County and not have representation. We would now have 2 county board of supervisors. I think that needs to be addressed, and I am here to support the new map at San Diego Redistricting map.org/supervisors. Keep many communities together, like Lakeside, Alpine, Humboldt, Santee, El Cajon, and Ramona. My backyard is unincorporated, but my front yard is city. So the line would go literally down our backyard. And we go to shop in Lakeside and Santee. We don't go to Hillcrest and San Diego cities to shop. We are an East County community. We are a strong East County community. We work together and we need to stay together. Thank you for all your hard work. I know it's a tough job to redistrict. We've done it at our school district. And I want to thank you guys for listening to us, even on a Saturday, and spending your day taking comments. I appreciate you and thank you very much.
Thank you. Judy Ritter, followed by John Minto. Judy?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Judy Ritter. I'm the mayor of Vista, and I'm calling to actually oppose map 10. I would like to keep the 78 cities of Oceanside, Carlsbad, Vista, and San Marcos together. The mayors of these cities, we've been working together for a lot of years on a lot of issues, and it's actually a community of interest. We share health agencies, healthcare agencies, youth sports leagues. Our school districts run into each other. We do border drops. The sheriff is with San Marcos and us, and separating our incorporated areas from North County violates our community of interest. Also, the tribal reservations, Pala, Rincon, Palma, La Jolla, they're all essential parts of North County, as is Fallbrook, Valley Center, Bonsall, and also Camp Pendleton. So we all work together. The people all work in these areas in our cities. And so I would just ask for you to support possibly 11 or 12B that keeps our cities together. So that's my comments for the day. Thank you.
Thank you. John Minto, and then I do not see any further virtual hands.
Good afternoon. Thank you for all the work you're doing. I think this is the third time I've called in. I'm the mayor of the city of Santee, and I just want to let you know that I've been looking at some of the maps. I've had an opportunity to look at this new map that's proposed by San Diego County Redistricting map.org. I suggest that this is one of the best maps that has been submitted. You will be receiving a resolution from my city council, and that should be in your possession or email by tomorrow morning. I'm just going to give a real quick preview of what that sounds like. And it says the city of Santee provides services to all citizens as one community. Additionally, the city partners and collaborates with services throughout East County, San Diego. The Santee community is intricately networked with our region-wide community of interest. This includes sharing interests of high school districts, community college districts, water districts, chambers of commerce and economic development organizations, youth sports and CIF districts even. And we also share East County interest on regional shopping, roads, transportation concerns, wildland, urban interface areas such as Gooden Ranch, which actually is right up against Poway and the Mission Trails Regional Park, and the San Diego River Conservancy Trail that's being created throughout the county. We like to be able to continue to cooperate with social services and nonprofit groups and everybody out here that has historical backgrounds, and that would include very good partners such as Verona, Viejas, Hamul, and you know, those tribal nations we finally have made great strides with and great collaborations. So please support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Darlene Casio, and then I don't see any further virtual hands.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for listening to our point of view. I've been an Alpine resident for 19 years, and I've raised my family here. I was born and raised in Pine Valley. And I think, you know, I've heard a lot about MAP 10 today and about the LGBTQ community and the refugee community and how important the Voter Act is and letting those voices be heard. Much in that same manner, I think that the members of East County have some traits and qualities that are unique to us. And I think that our voter rights are as important and should be considered as well. And I'm in favor of San Diego County Redistricting map.org supervisors and also map 11 or some melding of 10 and 11. I truly hope that you're listening to us as we are all taking time out of our lives to come forward and share what is important to us. And we understand that you have a challenging task in front of you, but definitely considering our voices and the importance of our voice would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Telephone number ending 8443. Press *6.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now, yes.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank you for all your hard work, and I'd like to say that I'm here to support draft map 10 as it keeps communities together and will make San Diego County stronger. It connects the 78 cities the right way. It respects Tri-City Hospital region and keeps it together. It recognizes the strong veterans' presence along the 78 cities corridor. It also maximizes API voting power in the Coastal District and respects the Voting Rights Act and South County's Latino community. I hope you go ahead with map 10. Thank you.
Thank you. Telephone number ending 8947. Press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, this is 8947?
Yes.
Okay, I'm Bob Studi. I wanted to update from the last time, and I appreciate you giving me the chance to do so. I'm the board president of the Ramona Unified School District. We have a current minority enrollment of 45%. I also serve on various committees for the Ramona Community Planning Group and the San Diego County CUDA, which is the Current Urban Development Area Committee. I've lived in East County for over 50 years, since 1968, yet I have a corporation that I started 33 years ago in the Barrio Logan. And in that capacity, I served as the president of the City of San Diego Enterprise Zone Advisory Committee. Therefore, I feel I have one of the best understandings of dynamics of the two different type communities. I know firsthand, other than the issues of common humanity and empathy, that East County does not share a community of interest with these more urban communities, and their voices should not be diluted, which, considering the talk of tax mileage, would move us truly towards taxation without representation. This is an update, and I do appreciate your receiving input from East County and considering at the November 1st meeting. And I expect the Independent Redistricting Committee to continue to live up to its name of being independent, even if it means deviating from the gerrymandering map recommendations of the demographer. I also expect the commission to adhere to your goal of keeping communities together. To do this, I support the redistricting map concept as outlined in San Diego County redistrictingmap.org/supervisors. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Not seeing any further virtual hands. Chair Bain, that concludes public testimony on this matter.
Very good. Well, thank you, David, for really hosting very, very well. It's much appreciated. Thank you, commissioners, for your attention. But of course, thanks most of all to the public. I was remiss, and Commissioner Brown and others, thank you for being patient with me in not wishing again a belated Happy Veterans Day. But boy, did that come out during the meeting. And I mean that not just veterans of our service members, although I know that's the point of the holiday. But again, as I've said any number of times on behalf of the commission, thanks to all those who called in and do so much to serve all aspects of our communities. And still, as several callers mentioned, take the time to call in on a Saturday and give us their thoughts today. It really is appreciated. It's almost overwhelming. I've gone through almost half a notebook, but the notes are there and very, very useful. And I will pledge to you, and I think I can do that on behalf of all commissioners, that your views will be taken into account. With that, we heard a lot of specific comments, and some of this, I think, is work we can take up when we return from break. But in particular, if we can give our demographer a little more time to analyze it. So again, while this is somewhat of a break, it's also a working break. What I'm going to propose, commissioners, and I'll look for your visible reactions, is a 45-minute break. I know that's a little more time, but I think that would make a difference in giving both our demographer a little time to work on some of the issues that came up and work them into our discussion, as well as for you all to take the time to absorb the information we heard. Is there any objection to that? Commissioner Dustle?
I was going to say that seems a little long, but if that's what they need, I'm in support of it.
All right, I'll ask commissioners to keep checking in. If we can come back early, we will. But I want to be fair to everybody. So why don't we do this? Check it 30 minutes from now at 1:40. And I'll ask staff to at least appear at that point and confirm whether we'll go another 15 minutes or whether we can cut it shorter, okay? So if we can, we'll try to reconvene in between 30 and 45 minutes, certainly no more than 45, but we'll have an estimate in a half hour. Commissioner Pons.
Yes, does that 45 minutes give the demographers an opportunity to look at the new San Diego County supervisory map that's been brought up several times today?
That is one of the topics I want to address, and I want to make absolutely sure that commissioners have access to it, because apparently it did come in an e-comment yesterday as an attachment. But I think we've got that link now, and that's one of the things I want to make sure we get out to commissioners and give you time to actually look at it. But the demographer, there's both that and a host of other issues that came up that I want to make sure they have a little time to look at. And again, Commissioner Dustle in particular, it's to make sure we have the most fulsome discussion we can, rather than having to take more time later to dig in. So commissioners, appreciate your patience. It's 1:12 by my clock, so please check in at 1:42. We are in recess at least till then and no later than 1:57. Thank you very much. Commissioners, please consider this your approaching 2-minute warning. Thanks. Okay, commissioners, we are coming back into session. Thank you very much for that. Thanks for continuing all you do. And again, thanks for those members of the public who are with us. And we hope the next coming discussion will be as interesting to you as it will to us. Before I turn to Commissioner Inman as SPOC and to Flo's John McKenzie, let me just review where we are now and where we're going briefly. First, Commissioner Inman will offer some introductory points on to frame the discussion. Then we'll turn to John and Flow Analytics for a presentation that includes or starts with an update on communities of interest and maps submitted by the public. Those maps include the maps you received with your agenda items, commissioners, but will also likely include, I think it's 2 more maps we've just received in the past 24 hours, one of which was a map of considerable discussion during the public testimony we just heard. So I think that'll be coming around in just a moment, if you can keep an eye on your inboxes. And obviously we'll try to get that posted as quickly as possible, but we'll see. So we'll have a discussion from Flo with the usual COI update, as well as about maps submitted by the public. We'll have clarifying questions about those so that we can make sure we're attending to the public input. And then we'll move on to the presentation of the actual draft maps that were included in today's agenda materials. From there, we'll go on to the process I described earlier, but we can talk about that a little later. With that, unless there are any questions about process or procedure, I'm going to turn it over to the single point of contact for our demographic consultant contractor, Commissioner Ken Inman. Ken.
Thank you, Chair Boehm. So I do have a few brief comments. The first is on timing. We did hear some questions about why rush. And so I just wanted to, again, reiterate, our deadline is December 15th, 1 month from now. Clearly, at this point in time, we need to focus in on 1 or at most 2 separate maps. Now, again, it's been asked, why can't we simply take more time, look at more mapping options? After all, public input and interest is clearly high. that is very much in evidence today, with comments on several, with the comments we've received, with the number of e-comments that are coming in even as we deliberate and meet, and also with several, as Chair alluded to, with several public maps submitted within the past day or so. We are going to see those recent submittals, including the one that was referenced today as the SD County redistricting map/supervisors. So we will get to see that today. But in answer to why we can't simply give the commission a few more weeks, well, it is the state legislature that set the date of December 15th, and only the legislature can change it. We can't, the IRC cannot. We did work closely with the state legislature last spring and summer on a request to seek more time. So we did pursue this avenue. However, the legislature decided in the end that December 15 did provide adequate time for the county redistricting process to play out while preserving time for the Register of Voters to implement the new districts for the 2022 primary election, primary and general election. So, we're not the only players in this process. And so we're one step in a process that has to play out over several months. And the Register of Voters is downstream, and they clearly need time as well. Now, the public can go on our website and see a full report of the efforts to get an extension from the state legislature. And if needed, our staff would be happy to help you find that report. Another issue that I wanted to address that again came up in comment today was about numbering for districts on the draft maps. We know comparing various draft maps is a task. It's not easy. The problem is the maps will not all share districts with similar characteristics that can be used to define a consistent set of numbering. Some have a 78 corridor district, others do not. Some have an urban multicultural district covering, for example, El Cajon, La Mesa, and into the 5. Others do not. Some have an East County rural district separate from coastal regions. Again, others do not. So as a default, we are numbering draft maps based on population overlap with current supervisorial districts. This is a process that we can implement to consistently provide a set of numbers. And what it means is a draft map district's number will be the same as the current supervisorial district number with which it shares the most population. We implemented this process for the current slate of draft maps. We have always consistently colored or shaded the maps. For example, whatever area is labeled D1 is always blue, D2 is always green, 3 yellow, 4 purple, and 5 pink. But you do have to look at the numbers between maps to see if there's any shifting occurring. And with that, I will now turn to John McKenzie with Flow Analytics for the main event here, the maps, and an update on COI and community input. John?
Thank you, Commissioner. So I just want to start with a couple of quick notes. First is if you see me hop off video, it is simply because my internet has not been behaving itself lately, and my hope is that will improve it a bit if necessary. So just wanted to let folks know that. I am going to now go into some of the public comments, the public comment update, and then after that I will talk about the public maps that we've received. So as I think you all know, we have received quite a number of public comments since our last meeting. By my count, which is probably a rough count because of when we pulled the data, there have been around 480 comments received since our last meeting on November 1st. 341 of those were e-comments, 38 came in through email, 13 were in person, and 82 of those were either remote or virtual. And we also received 2 letters. Those comments have not yet been added to the public comment and testimony tracker tool. However, I did receive notice last night that we have coded 1,082 comments. Those will be loaded into that tool probably Monday. We will refresh that data, and so those will all be available there. I have added one feature to the public comment tracker that I would like to show briefly here because I do think it is useful. And that is simply a select by tool. So what you will be able to do is select specific regions to see what comments have been tagged with that area in the map. And I will show you that in just a second. And you just use the lasso tool and you can grab whatever area you want, and it will filter to show you the comments specific to that area. And it will filter both the word cloud as well as the actual comments there. Okay, so now let me get into the public maps. And I'm going to show you a few different public maps that we have received. A couple of caveats here or notes about these maps. We received 3 maps early enough in the week or in the last week to run through our standard mapping process, which allows us to pull them into our system, place them in the web viewer, produce summary statistics, and provide them to you in the packets you receive. We received several other maps that we did not have time to pull into this process. This process does take some time. In the interest of making sure those are put into the public record, I am going to show those additional maps on my computer in the format that we have them, so they are visible. I can't speak to the accuracy of any numbers there. Really can't do that until we've had time to run those through our official process and produce them with the maps and tables like we do when we provide them in these PDF packets. And as I said, that
John, it's David. I just want to interrupt, and I apologize for it, but I want to let commissioners know that means all the public maps John is showing you are not only appropriate to ask questions about or comment on when we get to that segment, but are at least at an illustrative level, similar to the springboards we had several weeks ago, possible sources for comment during motions and discussion later. So while I want commissioners to be able to quote unquote utilize those maps, I also want to reinforce what John just said. Flow Analytics has not had time to analyze those maps. It's not that we're discriminating against them. It's just that's the way the standard process works. But because of where we are in the process and the time deadlines that we face, as Commissioner Inman and I have both commented on, I wanted to make sure commissioners understood. If you're referring to those maps, please feel free to do so as you would any public comment that we receive, but not as something that Flow has had a chance to analyze and incorporate into their data analysis. John, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Thank you very much for that clarification. And that's exactly the point I'm trying to get to. We do want to make them available so you can all see them, so I'll provide them there, but they won't be in the same format as the maps we received earlier. However, we will run those through the process just as soon as we can early this coming week. So with that all said, let me start with public map 4. This is the AAPI map, and you can see it is a single district map. We did receive a few single district maps. As such, I will simply scroll through my screen here and then go to the metrics here. You can see that is a -2% deviation from the ideal. And this is the sort of coastal district area that we've seen in several draft map versions. And all of the other data you have available. I'm gonna move on to draft map 5, which is a complete map. I believe this was a hand-drawn map that we maybe received during the last meeting, although I'm doing that from memory, so I apologize if that's incorrect. And once again, it is a complete draft, complete map. It does have 3 districts that run from the coast to Imperial County. And the overall deviation, we shall see in just a minute, is 7.6, and then we have the demographic breakdowns as well. The public map 6 was submitted through the district scenario modeler. This was received last Friday, and it has a very low total deviation, which we will get to in just a minute. As you can see, it has a large geographic footprint for District 2 in the East County, and a very similar District 3 and a couple of other districts that are very similar to the existing supervisorial boundaries. The total deviation here is quite low at 0.7%. So these are the maps that we did receive in time to go to vet completely, to process completely, and to produce in these packets. I will now show you a couple of maps that we received that we did not have time to fully run through the process. The first is one that we received that shows just a District 2. This is what we had, which is a quick screenshot from the district scenario modeler through which it was submitted. And once again, you know, this is a District 2 map. It is in the district scenario modeler, so it does have numbers for all of the districts, but District 2 was highlighted, and you can see District 2 does have a very low deviation. It is also quite similar to the existing district boundaries. Now, the other map I will show you next is the map that was just referenced a number of times by during our meeting, and that is the San Diego County Supervisor maps. This is the map as we have it, so it will be a little bit easier to see when we are able to process it, and you'll be able to line it up with the other maps that you receive in the PDF packets. And I'm just going to scroll through because they do have some zoom ins on the actual maps on the districts. I know there are some numbers here, but I do want to say that we have not had a chance to process these, so I cannot speak to these numbers that are provided. And this is the supervisors, San Diego supervisors map is what I'm referring to it as now.
And John, I'll just add for commissioners, both these maps have just been emailed to you. We'll obviously get them posted as soon as we can, but we wanted commissioners to have access to them on their terminals as well.
And that is the public map. Actually, you know what? I'm sorry, I misspoke. There is another one that, if I can, I'm going to try to show that came in through the Community Builder tool. And I am going to, this is going to be a little bit tricky because the Community Builder puts all of the maps together. So I am going to try to call out the map that was submitted as a specific district map. And I want it to be out there and let folks know that we do have it, but it is going to be a little bit messy and tough to view. So I do apologize for that. Let me grab the map here and I will make it visible. Just a second. And as I said, it is a little bit tricky to see, but if I can call out the specific one, that would be great. Let's see how well we can see this. It is this District 2 map that was provided. And I realize this is just very difficult to see, but I did want to make it clear that we have received this map and we will be processing it as well. We have to pull it out from the other community builder responses to put it into its own map. It is very similar to the existing District 2, but I will, like I said, I just wanted folks to know that this did come in, and we will do what we can to pull this out and process these along with the rest of the maps. So with that, I can turn to questions about any of the publicly submitted maps.
Well, John, thank you for that. And thank you for the extra effort with the more recently submitted maps. And I just want to remind for the public, as well as for commissioners, frankly, the only discriminating factor for us on publicly submitted maps is when we get them. The more time we have, the more the more in advance we have them, the more discussion we can give them. But that's it. And as I said, we will do everything we can to absorb and address all the public comment, as varying as it may be. And John, thanks again for that. I also wanted to ask staff, while I talk for just a moment, if they could put up a slide with the statutory criteria, just to remind commissioners and the public of what we must do in drawing maps and what we may not do in our discussion of maps. What we're going to do now is open the floor for clarifying questions and comments to John but limit it to the COI input, the community of interest input, and the public maps that he just showed. As soon as we're done with this segment of the discussion, we'll move on to the IRC draft maps, and we'll have another opportunity for clarifying questions and comments about those. But for right now, I wanted to just offer to commissioners, ideally using the statutory criteria, because that's always the most relevant thing we have to deal with, if they have any questions or comments about either COI input or the publicly drafted maps. Staff, I'll ask you to take that slide down so that John has control to display whatever map is discussed. But if commissioners, you need that statutory criteria slide back up, we'll go from there. So I will take Co-Vice Chair Garcia, Commissioner Serban, and we'll start from there. Rosette, please.
Thank you, Chair Boehm, and thank you, John. I have a question on map, I believe it's public map 6, that has the one very, very large East County district. And on the criteria that, on the analysis that you did on the map, it says that 2 districts are, have primarily unincorporated territory, District 2 and District 5. And I'm just wondering if you have any information that you can give us, I guess in District 5, when we say it's primarily unincorporated territory, do you have like a percentage? Is it, how primarily is that unincorporated territory? And the reason I ask that question is just because I'm just wondering about how problematic it would be to actually look at a map that has one really, really huge district that's so much unincorporated territory, and then another district that does have it, but I'm just wondering about how close we're getting to the line there.
So what I'll say is that part of that question I am going to defer to Marguerite. I will say that we can calculate the area to provide specific numbers as needed. I don't have that right now, but that's certainly something we can do. We are obviously calculating that information when we come up with those summary numbers. So it is information we can provide. To the second part of the question of how, you know, that I feel like some of that is more of a legal interpretation. And so I would defer to Marguerite for that.
Marguerite, do you want to weigh in on that?
Yes, I'm here. Commissioner Garcia, I think it's an appropriate question. In my view, that is a commentary on territory. We know that the East County is sparsely populated. And I think the best interpretation of the charter provision is the territorial calculation. I think that we need to ask Flo as these maps become closer to what the commission would like to consider as a final map, that we have those calculations in detail. There is the qualification that this charter provision is dependent upon the ability to achieve equal population, but I think we've seen along the way that that has not been a problem. So quick interpretation at this point.
Thank you.
Okay, I think I have Commissioner Serban, you are next if you're ready, and then Commissioner Russ and Commissioner Diaz. Commissioner Serban?
Yes, thank you, Chair Boehm, and thank you to to John for another excellent presentation. John, if you could please, with regard to the recent public comment we've received, has there been a recent increase in misdirected comments or comments that don't appear to be relevant to our commission?
I honestly can't speak for that, Commissioner Serban, right now. I would have to review that with the folks who are going in there and coding them to get a better sense, and I have not done that, so I can't speak to that.
Okay, I just wanted to get an understanding of how it is we identify those comments and then what we do with them if we do identify them. So whenever you're ready to, it doesn't have to be right now, so that's okay, thank you. Can you also just quickly answer, do you have a rough estimate of what's the total population? I looked it up, but I just wanted to confirm the total population of the unincorporated communities of the county.
That will be a great question in the next segment, because I'll have to.
Okay, not to worry.
I apologize.
No, not to worry. Not to worry if I'm asking it out of turn. Thank you, John. Appreciate it.
I actually would like to mention one thing about how we code the comments that are not relevant. And this has been very general, so perhaps we could review this. We are not, personally, we don't want to be making a decision on whether or not something is relevant or not relevant. So we do steer clear from that. What I will say is there are certain comments that we see that are not relevant to COIs, and we don't put those in the tool, and not relevant to COIs, but ones that said, thank you for putting a tool together. And so we're not putting those in the comment tracker because they can't really be tagged with anything. And that is around maybe a dozen comments. So we do have something to try to make that as informative as possible, but we do try to steer clear of anything that would be a judgment call about whether something is or is not relevant.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Commissioner Russ, then Commissioner Diaz.
Yeah, thanks for all the work you do, John. I take your maps and I put them up on a bigger screen, and I kind of segue them so I can just go one to the other and see what the differences are. And I'm looking at, for example, public map 4 and IRC draft map 9, and it looks like that's exactly the same area of the two maps. Did you get a chance to look at that to see if they were? It looks that way to me as I go from one map to another, as I go back and forth.
So we can overlay them for sure.
And my point being is that I think that we've considered this certainly in map number 9.
So they're close.
Yeah, real close. Yeah,
they're close. It's this area here that is different.
Okay, very fine. That's all I wanted to say. That, and I think we've kind of considered that, footprint. Thank you.
Thank you both. Very useful to the onward discussion as well. Commissioner Diaz, and then Co-Vice Chair Garcia wants to ask another question, so we'll try to be polite. Commissioner Diaz first.
Yes, hi, thank you. I wanted to look at publicly submitted map. Like, what was the main defining feature between the two publicly submitted maps that we had? Because I want to go back to that one that was, I know it's not very detailed, but I wanted to go back to that one that was submitted via that website that people were referencing. And I want to see exactly what that shaded area was, if possible. Like, why, if it's splitting.
Which public map did you want me to pull up first?
Okay.
I'll get them both, but yeah.
So the one that was, and I don't know if it's labeled, but the one that was suggested during today's public comment that was emailed to us just now.
The one on the website that ended with /supervisors, correct?
Yes, yes. And I wanted to zoom, if we could, see what the major difference was between the existing supervisorial maps as they are drawn today.
Gotcha.
And what they're proposing.
Gotcha. I can, so from my view, very quickly, I apologize if this gets a little clunky. I'm moving a lot of things around on my screen here. All right, so let's get the existing maps. Shoot. And we will go to, these are the existing districts. And let's see, got this up. Let's see if I can move this over, move this away. Let's see what we can do here. And the existing will be right here. Sorry, it is going to be tricky to see. Maybe it'll be better with the district by district. So here we can see this, I believe, is the area of District 1. And it looks like in this map, it comes up a little further and maybe goes around El Cajon and maybe captures Lemon Grove and La Mesa, perhaps. Once again, I just doing my best comparing these two, but that seems to be the general direction. Is it, incorporates here, but then loops up this way. District 2 is not going to be called District 2 here. I think that would be the District 4. So this is quite a bit different. Don't really know how to summarize it. It's quite a bit different. It doesn't go out to the coast anyway.
Well, without going, I know this might take a little while, but I know that you're going to be providing that analysis anyway for us. I was just wondering if there were particular cities. For example, I know there was significant comments raised about El Cajon. Is that split in this map? I mean, I feel like that's something that is really significant, if any.
It's challenging for me to tell right now whether or not that's split.
And then my other question was about I actually pulled from the charter language from the San Diego County Charter about the question that came up about like how much unincorporated areas. It says that at least 3 districts shall include unincorporated territory, with 2 of the districts having geographic area that is predominantly outside of the incorporated cities as population will permit. So I just wanted to throw that up there because I actually had to look that up, and I didn't think that does answer the question that I had earlier, but I guess what I'm saying, these new public submitted maps, it just seems like it is probably not going to fulfill that piece. But again, I really need to, the devil's in the details, and I really like to zoom in and look at the demographic population as well. So thank you. I'm sorry, I don't have any further questions on that.
That's good. Thank you very much. Co-Vice Chair Garcia.
Another quick question, and thank you, Commissioner Diaz, for that information about unincorporated territory. My question might be, maybe you can help a little bit with this, John, and again, it might require some our council to weigh in. And I'm looking at again this map that was mentioned in a lot of the public testimony today, which apparently was submitted by an Asian American group, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm curious to know how, just on a quick glance, it looks like the district that they're referring to as one that would have, create an AAPI district, if you will, is quite different from the one that was submitted, map 4, that's called AAPI, an AAPI map. And so I don't know if we can take a look at those two kind of side by side like you just did with Commissioner Diaz. And then I'm just curious how we incorporate, if they are different, how we balance those sort of perhaps conflicting ideas, but coming from ostensibly the same group of people.
Let's take a look, because I actually, just being familiar with the maps and the data, I have some thoughts, but I think we could look at it and that would better illustrate or be a better illustration than what I try to say verbally. So let's see, I'm gonna pull up that other map, public, I believe it's 4.
4, yeah.
Yeah, okay, and I'm just gonna turn this off. Let's get that out of the way. Oh, there we go. And no, that's the wrong one. There we go. And so let's take a look. And so you can see, I mean, the District 3 there's some, I don't want to say how similar or dissimilar they are. I'll say there's some general similarities in terms of the coastline, extending down to Point Loma, going up, I think, to the border of, I don't know if that's the same shared border. I just can't tell whether they both go up to Carlsbad or not. I think maybe they do.
And John, I don't want you to get in an uncomfortable position from the analysis of it, because I agree, this map, it takes some time to really try to look at the district specific applications of it. Co-Vice Chair Garcia, I think you raised an excellent point, and I want to turn to Marguerite in a moment. But in the same way, I don't want to disadvantage any source of public comment. I think we've got multiple comments from the Asian Pacific Islander community with multiple lines. And as we get more specific, and I only say that because now we have to start getting more specific, we're going to have some work to do on that, regardless of which maps we're dealing with. And that's where I think the starting point that we've been using of the actual population demography is a good one. And that's where I'd want to be a little careful not to do too much on the lines right now, because we, particularly for this map, we don't have all the information or analysis we need. But I do think when we get on to the IRC draft maps, much like Commissioner Russ was saying in his comments, we may be able to get to some of these, I don't want to say contradictory definitions, but individual definitions, let's say, of what constitutes the AAPI community and lines. I think as we do the live modeling, that may help sort that out. So I just wanted to weigh in there to keep the conversation as focused as possible at this moment. Marguerite, did you want to add anything to that?
No, I support that approach. First of all, we don't have the data on the new map that came in yesterday. So it's very hard to judge how similar or different these maps are based on populations. The map we do have from the Asian Solidarity Coalition, we have the documentation. We also have strong community of interest support for this map. I will note that the map is not a majority Asian district. The county has significant Asian population, but it's distributed across many communities, several communities, and this is the heart of one concentration. So I think you're eventually in deciding what areas to include or exclude in a district that recognizes Asian concentrations, you're going to rely on your community of interest testimony. So I truly support looking at the districts side by side in the numbers. And then we're going to go back to that wonderful tool John gave you and look at what the community said about which of these areas belong together to do the best representation of the Asian and communities of interest and the basis for that there.
Thank you.
Okay.
But Commissioners Garcia and Russ, again, can't thank you enough for bringing that out, because I think that complexity of the universe of COI input we're getting and the way Flow Analytics is helping us understand that, that's important to keep in mind. And Commissioner Diaz, I did want to add, thank you for bringing that up from the county charter on unincorporated areas, because that is, in effect, statutory criteria for us. We have to have unincorporated areas in 3 of the districts. And as you said, 2 of them have to be, have a predominance of that territory in it. So we'll make sure to capture that on the slide. I apologize for having just the state code slide criteria displayed earlier. With that, not seeing any other requests for comment on this section, we will turn to John to continue on with presentation of IRC draft maps 9, 10, 11, 12A and 12B. And I will note, before we get to 12A and 12B, I do need to add some explanatory remarks. But John, please go ahead with the presentation of those maps.
Okay, thank you. And before I get into these, there are a couple of notes I want to make that do impact some of these maps as I present them. The first, which many of you may have already discovered, is that many areas with the same name often have different boundaries. In particular, we have that case arise with census designated places, as well as community planning areas. When we get the data, they're different data sources, but they have the same name. However, they may use different boundaries. For instance, the census designated place boundary for Alpine is much smaller geographically than the community planning area for Alpine. And that's the case for many places. There are some instances where we have 4 different boundaries for a place that has the same name. And it's because they're serving different purposes, different functions. We typically use the CDP, but not always. And so that's going to come up here as I go through these maps, and I'll point out where it is relevant. But just that's sort of a data thing that we have to work through. And so I want to make sure everybody is aware of that as well. So let's get into it. IRC draft maps 9 through 12B. So I'll start with the motions. So for draft 9, we were following the motions to link Oceanside, Vista, Carlsbad, San Marcos, and all of Camp Pendleton, and all of Rancho Santa Fe into a single district. to take Escondido and the areas north and east and put them in a separate district, create a coastal district that's expanded to include regions that were highlighted by the API community, that map that we just looked at. District 1 expand to include Barrio Logan and potentially push south or push north a bit to allow for population balance. And then also keeping what is currently the PANA map and with a focus on keeping that BIPOC region together, potentially having to, for population balance reasons, move out the areas of Mission Hills, North Park, South Park, and Kensington. So with that, this is district draft map 9. As you can see, it does have a fairly high overall deviation of 9.7%. And I'm gonna jump right into the district specific slides here. So as you can see, District 1 does include the areas of Imperial Beach and Chula Vista and Barrio Logan and Logan Heights. It has moved up to capture the area of North Park in order to maintain its population balance. It does include the area of La Presa as well and extends southeast a bit into East County, but it does not move over completely to capture Yamul and other places. District 2 includes the southeast part of the county and some eastern parts of San Diego. It also captures El Cajon, Lemon Grove, La Mesa, many of the areas that were the PANA map or the BIPOC community. It is still kept together, that as a community. However, it does extend out into East County as well. And as you can see, this is the PANA map area. We're in the BIPOC region. And so that is maintained in a single district. And then let's move up to District 3 is the sort of geographically larger area of East County. And it includes primarily Northeast County. However, it does extend westward, beyond the borders of Poway and Santee in to capture some of the more eastern regions of San Diego. And then District 4 is our coastal district, and it runs from Coronado all the way up to Encinitas. It extends east all the way over to the, I believe, is that the 805? I apologize if I'm getting my roots wrong here, but it does extend quite a bit east as well. And District 5, finally in the north, is a little bit different than some of the other District 5s we've seen. It includes Oceanside, Vista, Carlsbad, and San Marcos, and all of the Camp Pendleton area, and Rancho Santa Fe. So that is draft map 9. Draft map 10. So this is on the motion of Commissioner Servin, seconded by Commissioner Inman, and to take District 4 to from District 4 into District 2, areas of Mira Mesa, Sorrento Valley, Rancho Pensaquitos, south of Lake Hodges and west of I-15, north of the MCAS Miramar. From District 2 to District 4, Tierra Santa, Navajo, Lake Murray, Allied Gardens, and then moving from 1 to District 4, the Alpine and Pine Valley area. And from District 2 over into District 1, Logan Heights, Sherman Heights, Barrio Logan, of course, to generally preserve COI polygons to the degree possible and incorporate the AAPI COI in District 2 and Latino COI in District 1 and District 5. So let's take a look. The overall deviation on this map, this is draft map 10, is 4.5. And we can see it does create a sort of a border district that it goes all the way from Imperial Beach across to the border of Imperial County. As you zoom in, District 1 now includes Logan Heights, Sherman Heights, and Barrio Logan. Now here I need to make a clarification. This is something we just noticed yesterday. This is an oversight on our part, and we will correct it on any maps moving forward. But as we've talked about previously, in order to preserve contiguity in a situation where we are separating the city of Coronado from where Barrio Logan is because of that bridge, that would by land be the way to make this contiguous. But as Marguerite has told us, we can use the ferry lines. The ferry landing is here by the Broadway Pier. So in order to make this contiguous, this district here does have to extend down this way. I've tested this out. It would cause a shift of 16 people. So in terms of data and metrics and doing this, it will not be, it's not a substantive change. So, but I do want to call that out because the way this is here, it is not contiguous because of where the ferry landing is. So in future maps, we will make sure to note that. I just wanted to put that there. Once again, it's 16 people, so it's not going to have an impact on the data, but I just want to make sure that people know that. District 2 includes Coronado, coastal areas from Coronado to Encinitas. Oh, there we go. Got myself confused there for a minute. From District 4 to District 2, Mira Mesa includes now Mira Mesa, Rancho Pensaquitos, Sorrento Valley has been brought in to District 4. I think this is a little bit backwards. I apologize here. From District 2 to District 4, the areas of Tierra Santa, Navajo, Lake Murray, and Allied Gardens. And District 3 is very similar to the Panamap district that we've seen. It includes El Cajon, as well as some of the unincorporated areas north of El Cajon here, and Rancho San Diego. And down it does include La Mesa and Lemon Grove, and extends west into eastern parts of San Diego, the city of San Diego, including the Encanto neighborhoods, Mid-City Heights, North Park, Kensington, etc. District 4, the northern part of East County and the North Coast, is expanded west, include all of Camp Pendleton. And District 5 includes Oceanside, essentially includes all of the 78 corridor cities together as one district. Okay, let's move.
John,
yes.
John, if I could back on the previous map, I did want to point out that District 1 was where the census designated place issue came into play relative to the planning areas on the border.
Yes.
The motion directed to use planning districts, and what was used for several areas are the CDPs. But I believe you took a look at that and well,
yes.
Explain.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Mim, for bringing that up. That is another point I want to raise, particularly as it relates to the areas of Alpine, where the CDP boundary was used, and we should have used the community planning boundary. It does cause a geographical shift so that in this case, District 1's boundary would in this area be further south. But once again, this is a change that would not have an impact on the data in terms of the population balance or the numbers. It does have a change in the geographical boundaries.
I appreciate you clarifying that.
Thank you. Draft map 11 So a motion of Co-Vice Chair Garcia and second by Commissioner Russ, a district drawn with Escondido, San Marcos, Vista and Oceanside to the northern border and to the eastern border, respecting what North County tribal reservations described to us in that district. So to move Carlsbad south into a coastal district, and then defer to us to make the rest of those districts work with regard to population size. And the ultimate goal to have East County 2 rural unincorporated districts, sort of north and south, and incorporate comments about the AAPI and Barrio Logan neighborhoods as well. So in draft map 11 here, we can see that we have district, we can see the, overall total deviation is 7.7. So it's a bit high, but not as high as 9 anyway. And then District 1 includes Imperial Beach, National City, Chula Vista, some of the southern areas of City of San Diego. And once again, we would have to extend those 16 people to the ferry landing here in District 4. So that would go down, but once again, it's not going to affect the data. District 1, you can see it does extend a little east here, a little up into this greater Golden Hill area. District 2 is going to be, once again, keeping the BIPOC PANA map together to a degree. There is some slight variation from that up in the northwestern corner of that district, but it does stay relatively close.
John, I'm sorry.
Yes.
If you could go back to that District 2, there was another issue that possibly this illustrates, and that is the incorporated versus unincorporated areas around El Cajon.
Yes, and so you can see in the light blue boundary here that this is the incorporated area of El Cajon. And then there are some unincorporated areas that are just border it. Casa de Oro Mont Helix is one, as well as Bostonia up in the northern area. And that's something we can explore further too in the next segment here. And we can sort of dive right in and look at those areas in particular. And, you know, I will also say that this is an issue we'll see as we work with the maps. We'll see around other areas too, particularly around Escondido, that there are some unincorporated communities that are right up on the border with the incorporated city, but they are different, right? There is the incorporated city and then unincorporated communities that are just on the outskirts, just on the border. So District 3 is sort of goes westward, I-15 from San Pascal to Navajo. And, you know, important to note here, it does include Carlsbad in this situation. Or sorry, that was District 4. And it expanded east to include Kearney Mesa and Serra Mesa. And now north to include Carlsbad. And then District 5 runs straight across the top here, with the obvious note that District 5 includes all of the city of Escondido, and then comes right across East County out to the border, and all of the North County area here. And Chair Boehm, is this, would you like me to go through this one, or did you want to stop for the clarification after?
No, let me just offer a brief clarification on this because in part of Commissioner Chen's absence. There's a challenge with these two maps that John will go into in more detail. One of them is, for lack of a better word, unworkable due to an unacceptably large deviation, while the other has a geographic inconsistency with the spirit of the motion. As Commissioner Chen has said in previous meetings, that he'd prefer a map like this that would contain a district that includes most of East County below a proposed North County district. At one point I found notes, and he confirmed, perhaps combined with the Poway area as a means to reflect COI and other public input. But I'll let John speak for himself on this in terms of the analysis. But given the choice between one that is quote unquote unworkable due to the deviation and one that is inconsistent with the spirit of the motion, I think Commissioner Chen, at least, and I would think most commissioners, if we got into a discussion of this, and I look for Commissioner Serban's input as well as the seconder for this, it's probably 12A that we would look at. John, am I getting that right, that 12B is the one with the deviation issue?
12B has the deviation issue, but it reflects the intent of the motion.
Good. So I just wanted to preview that in advance, having reviewed it and having looked at Commissioner Chen's comments about it, so that John didn't have to carry all the water on it. And I wanted us to get to the point where John could give the demographic analysis of it and remain the statistical expert and guru that he is. Please go ahead.
Okay, so on the motion of Commissioner Chen, seconded by Commissioner Serban, to start with Commissioner Serban's motion, which is draft map 10, but start with starting using draft map 7 as the starting point. So so that was to take District 4, from District 4 to District 2, Mira Mesa, Sorrento Valley, and Rancho Pensaquitos. From District 2 to District 4, Tierra Santa, Santa Navajo, Lake Murray, Allied Gardens. And this right here is going to be the key aspect to focus on for this particular map, which is from District 1 to District 4, Alpine and Pine Valley, to include those unincorporated areas. And then once again, generally preserve the COI polygons as we can. So as you can see, we have a deviation that's pretty low. It's at 3.7%. We do have the East County in this case in 3 separate districts. And this is where we think that was, not the intent of the motion. District 1 has the Central East County communities. Sorry, that is District 3 here that comes through. What I want to point out here is that, the motion wanted to include Alpine and Pine Valley, and in the district over here. And in order to do that, you have to come way out. And once again, when we use the planning areas for the boundary, that will come out further. It would look more like this. And technically you could join 5 and 1 together down here, but there's almost 0 population in this band. So really you're splitting the population of East County by 3 either way. So District 1 is expanded to include San Diego once again. We've seen this District 1 before, very similar, but we will have to move those 16 people. District 2 is the Nana district again. Once again, we have seen, because this is based on a previous map on other motions, we've seen some of these. District 3 is in this area here. And this is the challenge in that, as you can see, there's very little. If you go out to include Pine Valley, there's almost no population east of that area. So to include that in this District 3, you do end up dividing the East County into three districts. District 4 is the coastal district that we've seen that expands eastward to capture Mira Mesa and some of the other areas there. And then District 5 is slow. District 5 is going to gather North County and then run east, coming down to capture the areas of Julian and so forth. So 12B, when we were making this map, we realized that 12A was not the intent of the motion. And so we have 12B, where we moved from District 1 to District 5, Alpine and Pine Valley, which we believe was the spirit of the motion, to move these more rural communities into District 5 and the northern part of East County. And the challenge when you do that is that the deviation is just unworkable. It's at 28%. So 12B is going to be pretty much exactly the same, except for making that correction, right? And going down and making sure that this area, this unincorporated communities, Lakeside and Alpine and Pine Valley are all in the District 5 area. And as you can see, the result of that is that we have that 28% deviation, which is driven by the very large population in District 5 and a smaller population in District 3, because although this is an unincorporated area, it's a fairly densely populated unincorporated area in East County. So with that, this is the dot density map. We can just leave it here, or I can go to the district viewer, because that tends to be the better way to look on at any of these districts in detail, any of these maps. So that ends my presentation of the maps, but I know we'll be talking a whole lot more about them in the hours to come.
Thank you again, John. All right, commissioners, the next thing we will do is ask clarifying questions and offer clarifying comments on the presentation you just heard. After that, we'll begin live modeling. I would be happy to entertain a break either before the modeling begins or after the modeling ends. The modeling, I think, could go on for a little while, and my inclination would be not to split it up. So with your indulgence, I'll ask you to just be thinking about that while we have clarifying questions and comments. Maybe that'll even inform the decision a little bit. And then I'm not planning for a long break. I'm thinking just 10 to 15 minutes, but I do want to keep moving because I think we're making some good progress. So for clarifying questions and comments about the presentation of the IRC draft maps you just heard, I have Commissioner Larson and then Commissioner Russ. Arf, please.
Yes, well, thank you, John. Really appreciated what you said. And you've really put a lot of work. Your whole team has really done a great job here. Hey, just one clarifying remark. You talked earlier about the Coronado Ferry running for downtown San Diego. Actually, it runs to two places. It goes to the foot of Broadway. It also goes to the convention center. The convention center route is only open when there's a large convention going on and the people are staying over at the Hotel Del, or during a Pepco event like a Padres baseball game. But the ferry does run over to two different places. And that's really my comment.
Noted. And I'm going to make sure we're adding the ferry landing areas, and we'll have both of them to the maps going forward.
And I think this was John's way of saying he really needs to go pay an in-person visit during a concert or a baseball game to make sure you understand the distance involved. But
I've taken that ferry before.
There you go. Commissioner Larson, thank you though for that, and for the continued attention to that contiguity question. It's important, and I really, really appreciate your expertise on it. Commissioner Russ, then Commissioner Sherbin.
Actually, my question is to you, Chair. I didn't hear when we were going to make comments on the maps that we liked, we don't like. When were you thinking about that?
I was planning to get to that after the modeling session.
Okay.
So in other words, we'll do this clarification, then we'll do the modeling to do some shifting of maps, because I thought that might be something commissioners will want to integrate into their statements.
Okay,
if that's okay. Good.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you. Commissioner Sherbin.
I think you might be.
So,
on mute.
Chair Bam, can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay,
we can.
thank you. So thank you, John, for the presentation. I just wanted to make one small correction. It's pronounced Rancho Penasquitos, not Pensaquitos, but you did a great job otherwise.
Thank you. I'm gonna screw. That won't be the first or last pronunciation error, so I apologize, but I do appreciate the clarification.
Very good. Any other clarifying questions or comments on the maps as presented? Co-Vice Chair Garcia.
So also a clarifying question for you, Chair. So we're going to do the live scenario modeling first, and then when will we discuss the results of the survey? And I'm just a little bit, I feel a little bit like maybe we might be doing this backwards if we sort of don't have a sense or an impression of how these maps have come out.
No, it's a legitimate question. I was actually planning for the survey results to be incorporated into the next step and to guide us through the modeling. And in fact, we're going to mix up the order a little bit of how we do the modeling, because we'll do that in conjunction with the results of the survey that commissioners had a chance to fill out. But let me make sure we exhaust these comments. I would be perfectly happy to allow commissioners make statements before modeling begins. But what I'm wary of is then having to need a second round of statements after modeling. So I think it might be better to do the modeling, but I promise we will deal with the survey results during that modeling discussion. Commissioner Diaz.
I just wanted to note that I did not respond to the survey. So I think having this opportunity would be great.
Great. And of course, you can offer answers to the survey questions during the modeling session. I think that's perfectly appropriate. And I'm sure several of us will have, maybe all of us, will have changes to our comments because we've just heard additional public comment and had additional briefings from Flo. Again, perfectly permissible. So not seeing any other comments, Commissioners Larson and Serban, these are old hands, or do you have something new you want to add? Okay, Commissioner Serban, please.
I would prefer to have a conversation about the survey results as well as the line drawing after we've maybe talked a little bit about the maps and which ones we want to move forward with.
Okay. Let me just see nods or shakes of head. Are commissioners interested in making statements at this point? Commissioner Garcia?
Yeah, so I'm not asking for commissioner statements. I thought maybe John would have sort of an overview on, some kind of a report, if you will, on and trends that we could hear about based on the surveys that were returned. I actually wasn't suggesting that we make statements now and then make statements again. I don't.
Okay, and I apologize for not understanding that. Very good. Commissioner Serban, if you're okay with it, I'd suggest let's move on. John, please feel free to present the survey results either at the beginning or map by map. I think whichever your preference is. Commissioner Inman as SPOC, is that okay?
Yes, I think, the process that we had envisioned was to go map by map, but the first step for each map was to pull up, was to pull up the survey comments related to that map, do those first, and then take commissioner directed steps to evaluate the map.
Great.
Go to the next map, take survey, and so the process was to do those map by map survey stuff with the map.
Commissioner Kukliak?
Thank you. My only question is whether that actually is necessary, or if we were to take a straw man poll, if we were able to potentially throw out some of the maps, if we could just, not without having statements or anything, but just saving work on particular maps that no one is excited to move forward.
Well, John has a ranking of the maps that maybe would help direct that, Commissioner Kukuliak, and I believe the order that we're going to be taking the maps is based on the ranking from the survey. And so it could be that, you know, when we get to
We
some of
could
these other maps,
stop
we can
at some point.
expedite the process. Correct. Exactly right. Yes.
Okay. So good idea, and I'm sure we'll incorporate it that way if that's acceptable to everyone. With that, John, why don't you go ahead, and commissioners, I will make sure that everyone will have a chance to speak on the maps. We are going to keep a 30-minute time limit, I think was the process we agreed on, Commissioner Noonan. So 30 minutes for each map, then we move on to the next map. But I promise we will find a way for each commissioner to have an opportunity to speak. So Commissioner Diaz, if you want to make your survey contribution at that point, you can. I will ask commissioners to please try to be concise and very direct, because we will have to be doing some drawing while this is continuing. And I'm taking all this to mean we don't need a break right now. We'd rather move straight into the modeling discussion, which is perfectly good. So with that, John, please.
Okay. I'm gonna get to the survey results in just a minute, and then we'll get into the modeling. I want to preface all of this with just a note about modeling and about the survey results. The survey results the survey was done in large part to help us with the modeling, because live modeling is not going to be clean and neat. It's going to be a little bit messy. And that's just the reality of doing it like this. But we always find it to be extremely informative, both to members of the committee and the commission, as well as to the public, to sort of see what this process is. The reality is the process is a little messy at times, because as I've mentioned before, we've got 28,633 puzzle pieces to put together, all sorts of other factors to take into consideration. So I do just want to preface this whole part with that. I have two folks who, from my team, McKay Larrabee and Ben Maloney, who will be helping me. You're going to see me driving around quite a bit on the web viewer, and McKay and Ben will be trying to, will be in the background recreating some of the things we're talking about in our system so that we can pull out numbers and things like that. So all of that said, I do want to state the goal of the live modeling is not to come away with a perfect map in any sense of the word. We're not going to be making extremely detailed maps. It's scenario modeling. We want to sort of test, is this going to work? Is it not? If it is going to work and it becomes something you want to make a motion on, then it's something that Flo can come back later, and then we can sit down and work on it in excruciating detail. But this is scenario modeling, so it's really testing ground to find out what types of swaps will work, and to sort of explore the maps that we have and see what changes are feasible, which aren't, and how maybe we can incorporate different elements of different maps to come up with a map that everyone, or as many people as possible, like and agree on. So that's sort of my intro statement to that. And once again, the survey results helped inform that. They help us get a sense of where this is going to go, because that can make it a little bit less messy. But with that, let me share my screen, and you're going to see just a nice looking Excel here, because we've just collected these responses. So I just got a basic table with the responses, and so here's something I need to say, which was after we received 2 responses, we realized we really wanted to get a ranking of the maps. That happened after we received responses from 2 people. So 2 commissioners sent in their survey responses before the ranking was an actual question. So I can't speak to how they would have ranked these maps. That said, I can speak to the folks who did rank the maps, because we gave them a question to rank. And the results of that ranking are here. And you can see that it's pretty consistent, incredibly, it is perfectly consistent amongst the folks who had that question in front of them, that draft map 11 was ranked as the top map, followed by draft map 2. Was a pretty clear, not quite as perfectly distributed, but was ranked 2 by a fairly obvious amount. and then map 10 and maps 4 and 5 were consistently ranked towards the end, right? So 4 and 5 maps 12 and 12B were consistently ranked as either their 4th or 5th rated map. This is the results of the survey. As we get into the modeling, we can get into details and comments about each of these, but I wanted to put forth this ranking that we did first because I think it might be helpful. I guess I'll leave it here for a minute if anybody wants to say anything about this, and then I can go into the more details of it.
John, I think we'll go ahead and start with the maps. And again, as I understand it, you're going to provide something on the responses you got, the commentary you got on, we're going to do map by map, starting with map 11. You'll present some comments, and then we will turn the floor to commissioners to start the live modeling. And that's when the clock will actually start.
Yes. And what I'm going to say is what we did is we took the results as we could, and we went through and tried to make some of the changes that were requested to the degree that we could. You know, as we were doing this, we were hoping to find lots of commissioners with lots of themes about each of the maps, but that didn't quite work out. So we had to change things up a little bit. And I went through and I modeled out what I could. I tried to make changes that were pretty succinct changes, easy to make. Some changes have information that just kind of elaborates on what the impact of such a change would be, but these should really kind of set the table for the modeling. It's not meant to be comprehensive of every single change that was recommended, because I would still be doing it right now and not talking to you. So I went through as I could, and I hope this will inform the live modeling. But we can certainly try some of these things out in the modeling or adjust some of the things you see here. So this is draft map 11 as you see it. And one of the comments we received on draft map 11, and you are not looking at what I want you to be looking at. So let's just do. Let's just do this. This is just going to be easy. Can people see my screen? Is it big enough? Okay. No? Okay. Let's do this the right way then. I do apologize.
I see Rosette, so I'm not sure.
Oh.
I'm just goofing off there. But that's okay.
There we go. All right. So hopefully you don't still just see Rosette. If you do, I don't
Commissioner
know.
Brown, I promise we'll rotate the commissioners who are highlighted each time.
All right. Should I click on Flow Analytics? Let me try that. I'll figure it out, hopefully before the end.
All right. So now I need to make this small so I can see. There we go. Okay. So this is draft map 11. And as you can see, it has a total deviation of 7.7%. One of the responses that came in, which was easy for us to sort of put together rather quickly, is to move Santa Isabel from D3 to D5, which is in this area here. There's a small area east of the 805 to move into D3, and I can show you, if we go back, I'll just show you, it was this little sort of nub that was sticking out on D3 or D4 to move over into D3. And then as long as Coronado wouldn't impact the Latino ability to elect, which I can't really speak to that because that has to be evaluated to move Coronado to D1 to reduce the deviation. And what I'll say is that it reduces, these changes do reduce the deviation, but not by a particularly large amount, right? It moved down by 0.2%. So we're down to 7.5% if we do this. What I would say with regards to the Latino ability to elect, as I said, that has to be analyzed separately when the maps are drawn. So I can't really speak to that specifically. But we do know the existing District 1 does include Coronado, and it has been evaluated, or maps with Coronado and D1 have been evaluated, and there's an ability to elect. So it seems like it could very well be possible that it would not impact that. But once again, I can't speak to that specifically. So next slide. Okay, there was other comments about draft map 11 regarding reducing the sort of disparity in the race ethnicity and in D3 and D4, and to look at the COIs that you could maybe include to just make it more of a diverse area or more of a diverse district, generally speaking. And really, in order to capture some of those COIs, you have to expand the D4 east into the D3, into the area that's D3. And what I wanted to really note is that that would certainly reduce some of those numbers there, and capture a COI that you could then preserve in D3, into D4. The problem is that that's a really large area. It's a very highly populated area. So there's 145,426 people in this area here. And this is a large part of the API community of interest that we've seen. And if we were to move that area as a whole, it's just very difficult in any map. It's not saying it's difficult in any map. It's that it's going to have a big impact everywhere else because we're talking a very large amount of people. And so as a result, it's going to have a larger impact, sort of those larger ripple effects if you do try to move that. So it's not, once again, none of these are to say these things can't be done. It's more or less to show you what the effects are, what the sort of downstream effects are of making these types of changes. So we had another one about D5 and smoothing out the boundary around Escondido in the sort of southern area of it. So just an example here is, we went through and just said, well, what if we do capture some of these unincorporated communities that are sort of just on the outskirts of the Escondido area? And this is another situation here where you can do it, but it really does impact that deviation. I think there's around 10 or 14, maybe 14,000 people in these particular unincorporated communities that would certainly help smooth out that boundary because it is quite jagged, but it does really increase the deviation. I'll also just say the reason the boundary in draft map 11.5 or draft map 11 district 5 does have that sort of odd jagged looking shape is because of we're using the municipal boundary of the city of Escondido as the border, and that just has that type of boundary. So if you do try to incorporate some of the unincorporated areas around it, you're going to have to make some other changes elsewhere because those are fairly highly populated. Or you could maybe split some of these, who knows? This is not necessarily the only way to smooth out these boundaries down here. It was just a way that was a fairly straightforward way to do it, but there could certainly be other ways. Escondido in 3 and Carlsbad in 5. And this is going to be a theme, swapping Escondido and Carlsbad, not just in this map, but in all the maps. That's something that is interest people have been interested in, right? And so one of the things I just want to make clear is that you can't just swap Escondido for Carlsbad. The populations are too different. Escondido has quite a bit more people than Carlsbad. And so as a result, if you do just do a pure swap, one-to-one swap, you're going to get, you're going to get a really high deviation here. We got 36.2. Okay, so, and then lastly with draft map 11, this one was to sort of unite the North County unincorporated areas around Fallbrook, Bonsall with the rest of the East County, move Carlsbad into the 78th corridor of District 5 here and create a border district. if you do all this, once again, you're going to end up with a really high deviation. In this case, District 3 is very high now, and District 4 is really low. So what could potentially be possible is to expand the border of District 4 here move it over more into District 3. And that may very well, as we already talked about, there's a lot of people in this area. So that may change this deviation. But once again, it's more to show if you just do these things, you're going to get a high deviation. There may very well be things that we can do to help address this. But if you just do this, you're going to get a high deviation. But there may be other changes that we could implement, which would sort of adjust that and suffice with what we're trying to do there. Oh, that's it. That's it for 11. So.
Okay, before I start the clock and open the floor, John touched on something that might be more of a Marguerite question, but I think it will inform several of the items. When there is a municipal boundary, such as the south side of Escondido, does our commission have any responsibility for making that as smooth as possible? Or can we say, as a possibility, that's the municipal boundary of the city, we want to respect that, and therefore we're not going to worry about how jagged it is? I'm just wondering, Marguerite, if there's any legal aspect to that question.
Chair, you're exactly correct. The criterion is minimal division of cities along with other communities of interest. The shape of their municipal boundary is irrelevant. So you simply explain that jagged edge based on the municipal boundary. There's no inherent value in straight lines in redistricting.
Boy, about 13 years ago, that really would have helped us in one part of Iraq, but that's irrelevant, sorry. Okay, so we're going to move now to actual modeling and comments. Again, request conciseness. We'll start the 30-minute clock, and I will take Commissioner Inman and then Commissioner Diaz. Ken.
Yes, thank you, John. So in map 11, excuse me, in map 11, could you show what it would look like if you moved everything east of the 79 highway from that northern district down to the inland rural district? I believe that would be from 5 to 3.
So is this, we're talking everything here or further east?
Yeah.
I don't see anything at this. I see Rosette along with everybody.
Oh no, sorry. Maybe we can stop.
Reservation.
Hold on, I got it. All right. So let me zoom back out. So the 79, I believe, is somewhere in this area. Is that correct, Commissioner Inman?
By the
yeah.
San Isabel Reservation.
Yeah, you see Santa Isabel down there, yes, as Commissioner Brown says.
Here.
And then it loops through to Warner Springs. So at the junction, it goes east.
Got it. So
Warner
you're
Springs.
thinking sort of in these areas.
And then up to the border. Yep.
Got it.
Exactly.
All right. So, and then up to the border here.
Yep.
And so I am going to just quickly mark this. I hope that that's going east to the border. And I think our folks on the other end are making that change.
And John, just for all commissioners, I believe we did say that we would be able to tag certain scenarios here for future reference. Is that a correct statement, John?
That is correct. So we will be capturing these.
And commissioners, part of the idea there is that when we get to motions, you can refer back to tagged items and we don't have to draw it again. So if you see something you especially like, please take a note and we'll do our best, John and the team, to bring them back up when we get to motions.
And if I
And-
did my numbers right, I think there's about 5,000-ish folks in this area, and it moves them from 5 to 3, which helps with the deviation.
Yes, I believe that's correct. I'm waiting to see if we have those numbers here. And if McKay or Ben, whenever you grab those, if you just want to jump in, that would be unmute yourself, and I think you'll be able to share your screen.
Yes, I'm converting those right now. Those are to go into District 3. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes. We need a little like Jeopardy music or something in Final
Yeah,
Jeopardy. Dee, 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 dee.
Okay, can everyone see my screen?
I can.
Okay, waiting for it to refresh. And Ben and I are working in tandem, so let us know if Ben, you get to it first.
What is that doing?
Okay. So is this the concept that you had in mind?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
that is exactly.
Great. So I have a different system for counting population. And so what I'm going to give you is the population numbers, and I'm going to attempt to run this scenario on my other screen, but I'll give you the actual numbers. For District 3, that changes the numbers to be 641,836, and District 5 would be 683,886.
So, and I think that this drops the overall deviation by about 1% or something like that, or in that neighborhood.
Yeah, I'm running the numbers right now. It takes about 1 minute. So if Ben, if you get to those first, let us know.
If you want to move on to something else while it runs, if it can run in the background and you can just report out a result, that's fine. That was my question, is just to show the result of doing that.
Great.
Thank you.
McKay, do you want to stop sharing your screen and I'll go ahead and share mine?
Yep, I'm sorry.
And John, once you have your screen shared, we'll be ready to move on to other comments.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that.
Okay.
So we do know that. All right, I'm going to. Okay. Is there another change we'd like to see made to?
Commissioner Diaz is
11?
next on the list. Please go ahead and we'll come back to Commissioner Inman's final question. But go ahead, Sonia.
Thank you, Chair Bame. My question actually is to see if there would be a population deviation change in map 11 if you extend the eastern border of District 1 to include the the communities of, and I have to, if you look at the communities along I-94 going eastward, Potrero, which is a very significant border community right across the very significant border crossing of Tecate at the US-Mexico border.
Mm-hmm.
If you extend that further to include Potrero, Campo, Boulevard, actually, sorry, Potrero and Campo. And the reason why is because these are areas of high commerce between the US-Mexico border. Also, there's communities that are agricultural that share a lot of interest. And I think it's very important to recognize that. And, you know, maybe this might be a compromise with a border district. No one wants a border district. I actually support having a full border district, but I'm willing to look at what the scenario would be like if we include those significant, as what I see are communities of interest.
So Commissioner, on the map here, do you see, am I going, could you just tell me, am I going south of the Hamul area?
Yes, where you're moving your cursor, is there a way to see where I-94, so the sorry.
Yes, I believe it's down here. Yeah,
that's right, John. If you're going much farther on the south and east,
so
you're
let's
down
just
on the way to Campo.
Yes.
Just generally, let's take a look and we'll see just a second here.
Junction with the I-894.
Yeah, and so I may have grabbed a little bit too many or a little bit too few, but it should tell us, you know, we'll figure out overall what the boundaries look like here, what that deviation is going to be. And so that is going to be a total number of people of, cue the Jeopardy music. We are talking a total of everybody's internet is very slow because of course it is.
And Commissioner Diaz, speaking of slow internet, I can tell you there are a lot of people down there who have, I think, commented publicly and certainly did in an appearance I had with the Campo Planning Group about slow internet being one of their communities of interest in a way. I do want to note for the record that some of those comments we've gotten from Campo, I'm not sure from Potrero, but certainly from Campo, and I heard it again the other night, they would very much, the people I was hearing from and the comments I saw would very much be focused on the north and staying with quote unquote the rest of East County. I'm not saying wrong, I just wanted to put that one as one more reminder of public comment that I was hearing and seeing of it.
So the areas we have here are, we've got 6,207 people. That would decrease the deviation for District 1. However, the challenge is going to be here that if you look, when we're trying to balance the deviation, we're looking at two numbers. And in this case, we're looking at 5 and we're looking at 3. And 3, because those are the two that are factoring into our equation for overall deviation. So we see that District 5 is over by 27,083 people, and District 3 is under by roughly 23,000 people. If we move those into District 1, that's 6,000, we will see that District 1 gets closer to the 0, but District 1 isn't, we're going to have another it's going to increase the overall deviation because we're moving those from District 3. That's not to say we can't do it, but it is to say that we would then need to make some additional changes to the map in other areas to help basically balance out 3. Does that make sense? Is that?
Yeah, and I guess my other comment would be if we're looking at kind of swapping populations out, I really do. I look back at the public submitted map 4 that I know we spoke about earlier, looking at if perhaps in map 11, District 4 population, you said where would the where would it be problematic if we were moving that?
If we moved this area over here, kind of like that, it was around 6,000 people. And right now it's District 3 that is the least populated in this scenario. So we would have to gain population for District 3.
So if those, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Does that count the people that you gained in 3 by changing it, what Ken said in North County?
That's a good point. It does not. So let's see, maybe it offsets. I don't think the total number of people was quite as high. So we're going to remove these from 3. And let's see, the total people in that area. McKay, can you tell me again how many people were in that area?
6,000.
Up in the north,
Yeah.
it was right around 5,000.
Okay, and this is around 6,000. So we're going to come out something very similar. It's probably going to be a swap that ends up in a very similar place deviation wide, probably by a couple tenths of a percentage point, if we were to move the boundary up in the East County. If we were to, am I looking at 11? Yes, I am. If we were to sort of move all of this area over into District 3 and then move District 1 over down here, it's probably going to be a map with a very similar deviation. Ben, are you able to map these out? Are you having any better luck with internet right now?
No, not a ton, but I'm working on it.
Okay.
John, we've got at least 2 more commissioners who want to offer comments.
Let's
I don't want to confuse things by waiting for lags and then having them all answered later, but I do see some advantage to the way things are going. Do you want to move on to other commissioners, or do you want to take another moment to get the lags answered that we're waiting on?
Sorry.
I have the one from Commissioner Inman, those results.
Go ahead, please.
That's essentially it brought the overall deviation down to 6.4%. I can share my screen if you'd like.
Why don't we move on to the other commissioners' statements so that way we can keep it going.
Yeah. Okay, thanks for that verbally. Okay, that's a good way to handle it. So I have Commissioner Brown, then Commissioner Pons. I'll note that the clock is getting a little close on this one. So commissioners, if you have other questions, please start thinking of them right now. Commissioner Brown, go ahead.
Okay, my comment has to do with back up in Escondido there. The very east side of Escondido where you have the boundary drawn based on the city of Escondido, but those houses that are in that area that are county are intricate in Escondido. They're part of Escondido. So it's not like there's a big division between, there's one house across the street is the city of Escondido, and then the other house on the other side of the street is part of the county. And another area in Escondido is kind of down in by, oh shoot, what's it called? Harmony Grove area. Harmony Grove can probably be separated and even be brought down into District 4, maybe.
You know what I'm gonna do? Just a second, Commissioner Brown, if I can, because this is actually similar to Commissioner Inman's statement in the survey about smoothing out the boundaries. There are some similarities here that I think might be useful to look at. So this is the Harmony Grove area, and you're saying that this could be in District, move
Probably,
down into,
yeah, probably into District 4. Is
into
that
District,
the purple?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And then
Yeah.
these areas you're saying should be part of District 5 along with
Exactly.
Escondido.
And
Okay.
how about the one that's on the farthest south there that you have drawn around? Is that on the other side of Lake Hodges, or is it on the north or
It's
south
on the
side?
north side.
Oh yeah, that should be in Escondido.
So if that's in Escondido, let's just take a look here.
But Harmony Grove can go with the coastal.
So it would be here. So Harmony Grove to 4.
And that doesn't help us with our deviation. It doesn't mean it's
No.
not the right thing to do, but.
We want to put it in D3 instead of D4 if we're going to move it.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay. That's fine. They could go there too.
That's well, that's where it was to
They're
start.
separated enough from Escondido where they could go into the other piece.
So I
That's
think
where
the
it was
question
to
would
start,
be
though.
if we brought this area over into and this area here into Escondido, or sorry, into District 5 with Escondido, we're going to have an issue just based on total population, because District 5 is our highly populated district. So, and yeah, and so even though we know we could potentially do that, we're going to have to shift more out of District 5. One of the challenges with District 5 is that what you'll see here is that this area, everything east of that 79, I think it was, that we talked about earlier, that was a total of about 5,000 something people. The west area is a total of around 100,000 people. And so it gets tricky to play around with District 5 without splitting up some of these communities that we've heard from community of interest testimony. They'd prefer not to be split. So District 5 is going to be challenging in that sense, just because the density of the population is really concentrated over in the western portion of the district.
Okay.
Am I frozen or not?
I still think if one side of the street is city and the other side is county, they should be in the same district, but.
Yep.
I think is this map showing Harmony Grove in District 3?
Yes, I believe it is. Yes.
Okay, so we need to find more of District 5 to put in. What's in this little lower section below south of Harmony Grove? That's District 5.
This is Escondido.
Yeah, but I bet there's nothing in there. Oh, Del Diaz. Okay, yeah, there's not much in that area unless there might be. I don't know. What's the population in there?
Population in there is. Hey, Ben, are you able to just grab?
You broke up there.
You might be able to make that District 3.
But it is part of the incorporated city of Escondido, which
And
is
then we can
problematic from a planning standpoint, if I may.
That is true.
Commissioner Brown, if that's answered to your satisfaction for now, at least, I'm not saying we can't come back to it. But I think I'm just checking on the clock. I think we're getting maybe down to 10 minutes, and I've got at least 2 commissioners who want to speak. So,
sure.
Okay. Let me see if. Well, let's just go ahead then. So I've got Commissioner Pons and then Co-Vice Chair Garcia. Commissioner Pons, please.
Thank you. So for map 11, I like the voting age population and the citizen voting age population variances in districts 1, 2, 3, and 5. What I'm interested in knowing what can be done with district 4 to balance and reproportion the voting age populations, citizen voting age populations, specifically the CVAP population, and reduce that variance without creating that very condition in the surrounding districts.
Let's take a look. We will go to our helpful CVAP map here.
John, can you
Yes.
overlay like Hispanic dot density on here just to?
That's what I'm doing.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
Yep.
Never mind.
And it's going to put it to the top.
The Mall Foster map.
The Mall Foster map. And I do have to apologize. It's just the internet overall is really not cooperating.
You know, I did play with the Mall Foster map as an overlay, and I'm not going to try to give you an answer because it might not be the right answer, but it's something for you to consider. You don't have to answer now. You can come back with it because I'm recreating these from my notes that I don't have. But if you could just take that into consideration, I would greatly appreciate it.
Absolutely. And I do want to mention that once again, one of the things I did look at prior to the meeting was how you could essentially do that. How can you capture some other COIs into District 4? And one of the challenges to doing that is if you do that, the areas that you can really expand District 4 to capture other COIs are up here, right? Because if you look down District here, District 4 could expand, I guess, a little bit east over here, or it could expand east in this area. Those are extremely populated and they're in District 3, which are currently our least populated district. So if you do that, you're really going to change the shape of the rest of the map because District 3 is going to be so far below the deviation, it's not going to be viable. So once again, it's not to say you can't do it. It's just to say that if you do that, the downstream effects of that change because of where the populations are, where you can expand District 4 to meet that goal, it's the downstream effects are going to cause District 11 to look very different because District 3 is going to be so underpopulated at that point.
There are several options of doing what I'm proposing. So yeah, you're doing a one for all to get it done, but it's going to take a little looking at to see where you can fudge around the margins to make that actually a reality. So yeah, I mean, that's the easiest way to do it. And it's going to impact, you know, District 5, but you don't have to take that approach. There's some other options as well. And so that's why I'm asking you not to give any answers, give the answer right now, but just to take a closer look at it. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
A little less than 5 minutes left, but Co-Vice Chair Garcia is the only speaker I have requesting right now. Please go ahead.
Dave, I just have a quick question for you. I'm sorry, can I?
I'm sorry. Commissioner Brown, please.
I have to leave at 4:30. I'm already 3 hours beyond where I was supposed to be, and I have to be up in LA. So can I vote in absentia, or I'm not ruining a quorum or anything, am I?
You're certainly not ruining quorum. I appreciate that. In absentia would be a little hard, but if you wanted to call in, you certainly could participate by phone.
Yeah, I'll be driving, so.
Yeah.
Good luck, you guys. Can I just tell you what I'm liking right now? Is what we're looking.
If you don't mind, let's let Commissioner Co-Vice Chair Garcia finish, and then I'll turn to you.
Okay.
Thank you. So, John, and we don't, I know we're running out of time. Just a couple of comments. I'm wondering if you could zoom in on that Harmony Grove area again. I am wondering if there's an area that is currently in District 5 that could be moved to District 3. And then the other areas that I'm wondering about are the unincorporated areas that we heard about today in the El Cajon region, or unincorporated areas around Escondido. I don't know if that would make sense to try and move some of those into District 3.
So some of the unincorporated areas around here into District 3, we could likely do that. Let's take a look.
1 minute remaining.
Okay, and
Thank you, David.
and yeah. And then I just wanted to say, many of the comments today where people said they preferred map 10 or map 9 because they said it respected the VRA, it was a balanced map, it kept the PANA map and an AAPI district. This map does all of those things as well, and I think does them better. Just wanted to go on record of saying that. But I'm wondering if we could capture some population, like I said, from some of the unincorporated areas around some of the more heavily populated areas and move them from those districts into 3. And there's a little wedge in the Harmony Grove area that I think could potentially belong in District 3. And that's all. Thank you.
I see time has expired. And it would be great if either McKay or Ben could just grab some population numbers, if possible, for the Harmony Grove area in that, and as well as I think Rancho San Diego, Casa de Oro, Bostonia, those areas around El Cajon.
John, can McKay and Ben work on that while we begin to move on?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. So I promise we'll come back to that, and we'll try to have a little bit of flexibility when a question's been asked to finish up on it. But I do want to be careful of time, and because we've got the internet issues, we'll move on from there. So with the commission's permission, first I do want to give Commissioner Brown the floor to say whatever she can say, and we'll keep it at minimum. I promise we'll keep it in mind.
Oh, you mean as far as what I preferred? I
Yes.
prefer this map here as we're adjusting it, so that's what I would vote for.
Map 11.
Yes.
Okay.
To
Thanks
go
for that.
forward.
And a safe drive.
Thank you. Sorry.
John, do you want to transition?
I am ready. Yes. Let us talk about draft map 10. All right. So this is draft map 10, which we heard a lot about earlier today. Couple things to know about draft map 10 are the overall deviation is looking pretty good. We're at 4.5%. It's pretty good. District 2, as it currently is constituted, is underpopulated. However, District 5 is currently constituted is even less so. District 4 is almost right on the nose there at the ideal population, and District 3 is over. So the one thing to keep in mind, though, like I said, is that this population deviation is already low. This is sort of what we want, but that does allow us a bit more flexibility with this map. So let's take a look. One of the things that was mentioned was shifting the North 5 border east. So taking taking 5 and capturing the other North County unincorporated areas. And you can see what happens when you do that is that, well, there's a lot of people, as I mentioned previously. That area, that unincorporated area north of the 78 corridor cities has a population of around 100,000. So that is something that would be it's not going to work all together as one district. Moving western central areas of District 2 into District 3. So took a look at what that does. And well, once again, not to say that these things can't happen, but to say that these things can't happen on their own with the map as it is. So that's a very high deviation of 50.1% and that's moving D2 into D3. So you can see D3, this area we've talked about before, this is a really highly populated area. If you move it into D3,
John, I hate to interrupt. John, I think we lost you. We lost your sound. John.
The statement here is
John,
really just, yeah.
John, I'm sorry. First, we lost your sound a bit. And second, can we check on the survey again? I want to make sure, was map 10 next or was it map 9?
We can go to map 9.
I apologize, but I want to stick with what we said. Do you want to glance at the survey slide again?
I don't know that I have that on here. I didn't know. Okay, so are we going to go specifically by the rankings?
Right. I mean, it's not a huge issue, but
that makes sense. We can jump to draft. We can jump to map 9. Yes.
And since you lost some sound there anyway, I think it might be better we'll go back to 10 and you can have it as one continuous discussion that way.
Yes, that works. Draft map 9. Total deviation of 9.
Did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I was like, since I didn't respond to the survey, would that change the ranking? Because I would have said I supported map 10.
Yeah, I think at this point, I'd rather just proceed this way. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Of this.
So map 9, it's a high deviation, right? It's 9.7%. So some of the comments we received were to move Rancho Santa Fe from D5 into D4 and add Fallbrook area back to D5. And I just wanted to make note, once again, this area right in there, it's 95,000 people. And then the Rancho Santa Fe area here is 35. So this isn't really a swap you can do. You can't extend D3 down here and then swap it with this portion of North County for a D5 because of their 60, it's a difference of 60,000 people. So if you do that, you're gonna have to pull more population in somewhere from D3, as is sort of becoming a theme here. And just overall, I think that's important to consider is that the East County is not heavily populated. There's one area of unincorporated, largely unincorporated East County. It's not really East County. It's this north area of, this is the one large unincorporated area that's sort of contiguous with the other portions of East County. And everywhere else is really, there's just not much population. So just by nature and requirements of population balance, the East County district needs to have a more densely populated center, or not center, but it needs to have an area that's more densely populated. And so that's why you're going to see maps where that might be El Cajon, or maps where that could be Escondido, or it could be in the central area of San Diego here. In order to get the population balance, you're going to need to find a population center that can go into the East County. So that's why in this case, why you can't just simply, anyway, you can't swap this area for this area down here, 1 for 1. So with that, I want to say we did not receive nearly as many comments about map 9 and as we did for map 11 or map 10 for that matter. Those two both got more comments or actionable comments. That said, I'm going to pull up map 9. And go through it. Put up in the browser here and let's just talk about it. I think we get 11 and 9. Okay. Okay, I stopped my video in hopes that that's going to help me out a little bit with the connectivity. But this is draft map 9. And so if there are questions or comments or things we want to explore in 9, I'm ready to go.
Commissioner Diaz?
Yes, I would like to explore the overlay of the AAPI population on this map. And I guess my reasoning is because I see a lot of similarities between the, for some reason, the public submitted map 4 looks very similar to the district that's being proposed in draft map 9. And we heard public testimony earlier that map 9, I can't remember which one, but something was splitting the API vote. So I just want to make sure that maybe I got my maps mixed up. I don't know.
Let's take a look. And I've turned on the layers for both. One thing that I think is an important technical note here is that the census has Asian and a category for Asian, and there's a category for Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander. So we do have to look at both of those when we're talking about the API area. I may be frozen. Don't know if anyone can hear me.
I at least can hear you, Jen.
I can hear you.
Okay, that's
Go ahead.
good. I cannot see anybody. So I appreciate that. And so the API, when we're doing this, we're going to look at both Asian and the Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander categories here. And we are going to look at the most recent draft map 9. Let's just okay. Now, one thing that I've noticed with these is the API, there are sort of 2 major concentrations in the county of this population. One here, which is in around the coast, and then down in the closer to sort of District 1 and in the Pana area. So there are sort of 2 somewhat separate, geographically separate concentrations of the API population. And that may explain why we received 2 API maps that look different. Is there anything else you'd like to explore on this map or talk about, or?
Deviation for the population, I mean, I know that's important, but I noticed that this particular draft map 9 didn't have we had 9.7, which was pretty high. So I'm not sure if this is I would love to hear from the other commissioners who ranked this map, why they felt that this was their second best choice. Thank you.
And I would just say that the way we asked the question was to describe what you like and dislike about the map, because one of the things that we do want to get across is that probably no map is perfect, and you may really dislike a map, but like one small aspect of it. And that can be helpful too, because we can potentially incorporate those in the maps that people like overall.
But I will note, Commissioner Diaz, that we have no other requests to speak on this map. So I would be perfectly happy to entertain any answers to your question about any support for this map. And if not, for the sake of time, we'll move on to map 10. Not seeing any comments. We will move on to map 10.
Map 10.
And John, I think you can summarize some of your opening comments. I wasn't quite sure when we lost you. I think it was as you reviewed the population statistics, the last note I had was regarding D3 being a bit overpopulated. I think that's roughly when I started not hearing you anymore.
Okay, I will. So there was a general trend, I guess, with on District 10, which I do want to call out, right? Or map 10, 4.5% population deviation. General trend, adjust District 2. So overall, that there are a number of comments saying, what can we do with District 2? Can we move the border here eastward? And can we move the border to include more of the southern part of the county? So move that border south. So if you shift the population, the border east and north, and then you include these areas with District 5, it's just, there's way too many people here. It's really hard to keep the 78 corridor cities together and the unincorporated North County because it's highly populated. You have to do something where you pull out Carlsbad or one of the other, or Escondido, one of the other 78 corridor cities. If you move the border east in the central area, you end up making District 3 way overpopulated. And that's because, once again, this area here is also, there's just a lot of people. And District 2 will be very underpopulated. That district, and then down here, if you want,
I think we've lost John again. So we'll return when we hear him right back to the border area.
am I back yet?
You're just coming back, John. We lost you just as you were starting to talk about down here, and I think around the border rectangle.
Perfect. Okay, so you can do this, right? You can move this area south, and you would, in this case, accomplish not including areas like Chula City, like Chula Vista with the East County.
And we've lost John again.
And if you do all of these things,
John, I'm afraid we lost you again.
oh boy.
You were just starting to talk about Chula Vista.
Well, I'm just going to say, if you do all of these changes here and move District 2 east, you end up with a very unbalanced district.
Is anyone else not seeing the same map as John's looking at?
I see the map.
Yeah, I see a map, but the rectangle's gone. John, are you there?
I am here.
Okay.
The map that I have for District 10 shows the green going all the way across the top.
He'd made changes to it. And so he was showing the changes he had made.
Oh, I missed that. Sorry.
No, he wasn't, well, we couldn't hear him.
That's probably why I didn't notice.
John, please continue.
Okay. If we make those general changes of and address that trend of moving it east, it's going to cause some problems. I'm going to call in my phone.
I think that's a good idea.
They're sharing their screen, John. I don't know if you can hear me, but we see your calendar.
I'll jump in and share my screen. Sorry, just so that you can all see what draft map 10 is.
As long as we have a moment, I'd like to mention to the members of the public who have raised a virtual hand that the time period for public comment has ended on this, that our only other item is adjournment. So you're welcome to stay, and we welcome your presence, but there is no more public comment on this item. Thank you.
John, are you back on?
Not yet.
Flo and Ken, do we need to take a break to fix this? I really do want to respect commissioners' time and the public's.
I think that would be appropriate from our side. I'm also happy to share, I know that's going back to a different map, but I'm happy to share the results of that.
Great. That would be a good use of time. Go ahead, McKay.
Okay, great. So that's the initial workup off of draft map 11, moving, let me turn off 10. It moved this area here from District 5 into District 3. And that resulted in a deviation of 6.4%. And I can pull up, here's all of the stats, including the CVAP.
Can we see what communities are split? Do you also have that on this
Yes.
report?
Yep, I have, so we've got, here's our COI splits. And if you'd like me to zoom in on any one of these, I'm happy to.
And on the previous page, I think Rosette had talked about, oh, so we do have 2 districts, 3 and 5, that are majority unincorporated. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That, may I ask a question, Chair Bang?
Go ahead.
This, what you're showing us here is just with the changes that Commissioner Inman proposed, or it doesn't address some of the comments that I made about unincorporated areas? Okay, so there's still room to improve the deviation. Great, thank
Absolutely.
you.
Yep. And we can add whatever comments onto Commissioner Inman's, kind of based off of 11, Inman's change with this, and then the other changes to see what that looks like.
Thank you.
Okay. McKay, anything else that you were still working on?
I don't believe
Okay.
so. I'm not sure if Ben had a possible scenario, but I'm not sure if we captured it correctly. So
okay, I'd rather link that in with John. So commissioners, I had promised a break anyway, a little unexpected, but let's say McKay, and Ken, 15 minutes would be good from the technical side.
that would be wonderful.
Okay,
Do you think
so
that Commissioner Serban has a question?
I think that's a leftover as we were trying to get him restored electronically. So, but good, thank you. Commissioner Serban.
And I'd like to talk about this map, but if we're going to come back and talk about it some more, that's fine. We can come back to it on the other side of the break.
Okay, so I have 424. We are in recess until 4:39. Please be prompt returning. Appreciate your patience. Thank you.
Can someone confirm if they can hear me?
I can.
Hear you.
Thank you.
Yep, I can hear you too.
John, welcome back. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can
Okay.
hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Commissioners are going to be back. I think we'll be back in about 2 minutes formally. I did want to preview for you, though, that I think we're going to try to shorten this discussion, and I'll explain to everyone once we're back in formal session, and move on to motions, because there seems to be a sense of where we're going on this, and I'd obviously like to take advantage of that while people are still lasting through. So let's see how the comments go. And Ken and I will work as well to refine things, but we'll try to do this with an eye towards what might go in a motion rather than just a modeling session because of the technical difficulties. Okay.
Okay. And we may have cleaned up some of those on the other end, which
Good.
would be good. We shall see.
Do you? I'm going to give you the opportunity to speak first to both conclude and show anything you want to show, and then we'll go to comments.
I think, yeah, I think I will just do, my sense is that it was that sort of last slide on map 10 that I had prepared. Okay.
Good. Yep. And we are coming back in. Let me give commissioners just a few seconds. Thank you, commissioners. And we have a quorum, so we will come back into session. Technically, still got a few seconds left, but let me just start by explaining to commissioners where I see things going because of the technical issues and because of the hour. I think there is an emerging consensus on where we're going to come out, and I think it's something manageable for flow based on some conversations I had during the break. So what we'll do now is go back to John. I'll ask commissioners to really try to be precise in modeling issues, because what I'd like to do is move on to commissioner statements and motions as quickly as possible. But I promise we will have the right kind of discussion on motions that will be able to capture everything. But my sense is we're going right then. Please, though, feel free if you've got questions for John about map 10 or points you want to make on a modeling discussion, please feel free. So John, please, the floor is back to you.
Okay, great. So I'm just gonna wrap up with where I believe I left off, which is that we saw some general trends in the survey related to map 10 about doing what we could to shift the boundary of District 2, which, as you remember, extended all the way up into the North County area and covered all of East County, to see what we could do to shift some of that east, because it was also extending a bit west. What we could do to shift it east to sort of reduce the footprint. And what happens when you do that is you get a very high deviation. And that's because as soon as you do that, District 2 starts to lose its population centers. You know, this unincorporated area of North County has a lot of population, and as does this area of District 3. And when you start to move that around with District 2 by pulling it back and moving that into those areas into other districts, you end up with those districts too much population and a really high deviation. So that would be the conclusion of my summary of what happens with District 2 when you try to bring it back.
Sorry, the screen changed at the wrong moment. Thank you for that, John. And again, thanks for all the technical fixes. Commissioner Sherman.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, John, for all your work. If we're still talking about draft map 10, I would like to suggest my concern with draft map 10 as well as, we've been talking about draft map 10 and 11 primarily. With both of these maps, my concern is with the area of San Diego located around the 56 corridor and south and west of the 15. That central area of San Diego County, in particularly draft map 11, is now grouped with the more rural eastern portions of the county. I don't see those two areas as having any much commonality. And so with draft map 10, I see that that central portion for the most part is grouped in with that central coastal district. I'd like to see the remaining portion of that area, specifically the areas of Flores Ranch, Black Mountain Ranch, and Del Sur, moved into that coastal district. And then to compensate for that population shift, I'd like to see you explore moving the boundary southward between the border district and that rural East County district.
So, Commissioner Serban, if I may, the area you are talking about is in this general area down here. Is that right? If you see my screen.
Yes, correct.
Yep. Okay. So it would be adjusting this boundary south of Lake Hodges.
Yeah, ideally it would be south of Lake Hodges, but if we had to, for compactness purposes or continuity purposes, not have to go all the way up north to Lake Hodges, but instead maybe take a different boundary, that would also be acceptable to me.
Yep. I'm going to stop my share because, as you can see, I am still having some general issues with the internet.
John, is it okay if I share my screen? Because I think I have that population pulled up.
Yes, that would be great.
So this is the general area that I pulled in. I did go up to here. This area here has approximately 47,000 in population. That's an approximate. So were you thinking moving this area into which district?
Yes, to the left there.
Into 3? Okay. And then to compensate for that addition of 47,000, did you want to do something down here?
So that east-west line separating the green district from the border district, could we explore moving that southward to capture more population to make up for the loss?
To the east, McKay.
Okay.
I doubt that there's 47,000 people out there, unfortunately.
Is there any chance that someone can circle that area? And I'm very sorry.
Move your cursor east and south. East. Keep going. I think Ramses, but east, keep going.
Yes,
east.
you're correct. You're correct. I
Further
mean, we have-
east, keep going east, and right about there. Sorry. Drop the green shaded area all the way to the border.
or, you know, as far down to the border as you need to. But thank you, Ken. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Thank you. So, something like, as my cursor goes, something like this, and this would all be green? Is
Well,
that-
I think I'd still prefer to preserve a border district as previously requested by several public commenters. So I'd like to see how far down we need to go down with that green district in order to capture the necessary population to make up the.
But if you were just to capture the whole area, you could see if there is sufficient population as a rough guesstimate.
Okay, thank you.
So that's 7,000, the area that's highlighted there. If we were to look at capturing this whole area, that would be 13,000, and there is 47,000 in this area.
So just for my own testing of this, Commissioner Serban, I did try to do that. And the problem is with Forest Ranch and that area, it's very densely populated. And, you know, I did try to make this work, but.
Understood, Ken. Yeah, I mean, I think the way it is now, I'm okay with the way it is now. So I just wanted to see how we do if we could do it. But thank you, I appreciate you involving me.
Co-Vice Chair Garcia.
Oh, I'm sorry. One last one. Is this the right time for me to ask whether we know what the proportion of the county population is in unincorporated area?
Sure.
I actually do have, sorry, is that all right if I?
Yes, please go ahead.
But then I did look at that earlier. And John, I did write you, I have to go back in my notes. John, do you have that number in front of you?
I do not.
I will find it.
The total number is just around 640-ish thousand in the unincorporated areas. It's a little bit less than the ideal population, actually, I believe.
So,
yeah,
oh, sorry. If that's what you have, so the area in the hatched that you see here is what we have for the unincorporated county area. And if I intersect that with the blocks with their centers within that unincorporated county area, I end up with 518,000. So there might be some, you know, wiggle room with the GIS files that we have.
And just so we note here, a very significant portion of that population of unincorporated county is going to be in North County and around the Fallbrook, Bonsall area. It's going to be concentrated around the Alpine, Pine Valley corridor area, and then also in the Rancho Santa Fe sort of a pocket. It's something of an unincorporated island, and around southern parts of Escondido and around the borders of Chula Vista. So where that unincorporated population is just as, if not more important than what that total unincorporated population is, particularly with the areas that are unincorporated and not contiguous with the other areas of the county that are unincorporated.
So, John, is it fair then to say that the unincorporated population of the county at its most proportionally represents about 1/5 of the population of the county?
I think that's don't like doing math like this, but generally speaking, yeah, it's going to be around that. It is not a large percentage overall.
And for what it's worth, I think we had heard in a meeting several weeks ago that it was in the neighborhood of 518, 530,000. Again, it depends, I think, on exactly which areas you're asking, but I think that's probably a question we'll want to make sure we have a clear answer on for December 2nd.
But I mean, the clear answer right now is that at the most, it's around the ideal population of one district, right?
At the most, but it may be considerably lower than that. And as I think Ben just explained, the lack of contiguity presents an additional challenge. So, well, but the important points to bring out. Very good.
Thank you.
Co-Vice Chair Garcia. Very good. Any other comments? Because as I said, it seems we're at a good time to get on to statements and motions. Commissioner Serban, is that another comment?
No, sorry, it was a old one.
No problem. No problem. Commissioner Kugliak?
Do we need to, if we have an idea, see if it's feasible here, or are we at the point where we just want to wait for commissioner statements and motions?
I prefer, though I think we'll move very quickly to that, but I prefer your patience because I also just want to close out map 10. Make sure there's no interest in discussing maps 12A and 12B. I'm particularly interested in that because we did hear some public comment about them, but I also think there's a sense of the commission, and then move on to commissioner statements. So before anything else,
Well, no,
any
I'm
other
just curious
comments?
as to whether I should propose something for map 10. That's the one
Yeah,
I'm curious
if you
about.
want to do some modeling for map 10, this is exactly the time to do it. Yes.
Okay, can we just see what it does to bring in Hamul and the unincorporated areas of El Cajon into District 2?
Commissioner Krugliak, would you mind, can you annotate on your screen? Up on your bar, there's an annotation where you can actually draw.
My screen?
It allows you to have like a pen similar to this.
I've never seen this before. What do I click?
So up at the top, I'm hoping that this works. Up at the top on your, it might not be up at the top. It's where you mute yourself.
Oh, annotate. Oh, wow.
Yes. Yeah,
Cool.
there's a draw tool there, and you can actually draw on the screen and do something that no kid is ever allowed to do, but it's fun in Zoom.
Okay. So there's, can you back up a little bit? Because I'm looking at Google Maps and kind of need the interstate to help guide me. Can't see it. I mean, I want to say that basically what I'm talking about is kind of around here. It might be a little bit farther south even, like that.
And that would go into District 2, is that what I was hearing?
District 2, yes. It's only if it's I mean, it's definitely, Hamul is definitely outside of El Cajon, so I think it's probably more around here, but I can't really map it too well. And then unincorporated El Cajon, I actually don't know where that lies relative to the black boundaries that are on the plot.
Commissioner Krugliak, is that based on the comment that Hamul shouldn't be with Chula Vista? Is that what that comment was about?
Yeah, it was just a lot of feedback that Hamul considers itself part of East County.
Great, thanks.
So this area is approximately 9,316 on just my grab. If you'd like me to grab this entire, the orange outline, I can do that as well.
I doubt it would change the counts very much.
Did that answer your question, or do you want me to try to grab different population?
I just need to pull up the table because I believe that green was a little, 2 was a little bit low, and I want to say that 1 was a little bit high. So I would think that that helped a little bit with the deviation on this map, but I'm not recalling off the top of my head.
Yeah, the figures I see, it actually helps quite a bit if it's around 9,000 because you've got District 1 over by 8,500 or so, District 2 under by about 12,500.
Okay, so that's great. Just a sanity check.
And just to note, if you were to bring that up, there is that area beyond to the northwest, Valle de Oro, that is significantly more populated. Right? And that brings in, if you go up there, it's going to be 56,000. So that would be too much if you were to go up that far.
Was there more on that?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just wondering if you wanted me to investigate any other population, or if you wanted me to actually run the numbers with moving this area up to green.
Commissioner Kugliak, would you be okay if we took that as we?
I don't know that it needs to happen. I think
I'm sorry, it's okay to move on?
I think we can skip. Yeah, absolutely. Let's keep
Okay,
moving.
good. So McKay, no promises. We may come back and ask you to do it during the next phase, but very good. Any more requests or questions involving modeling for map 10? Because we're going to move to commissioner statements in just a minute. I just want to offer a chance to wrap up and do just ask about 12A, 12B. Very good. Okay, so we've done maps 9, 10, and 11, albeit in a different order. Commissioners have heard about maps 12A, 12B. To be fair, we did have some public comment on them, but we also now have the benefit of Flo's analysis of them. Is there any request for either Flo's presentation or for modeling of maps 12A or 12B? Commissioner Diaz.
I think it would benefit just to see the actual why it doesn't work. I know that, you know, there was a mention of why the population deviation is so large and why we wouldn't consider it. So I just wanted to like walk through that because it may not be apparent to members of the public why.
Sure, and I know John's already got the presentation ready. So John, to whatever, I'm sorry, Commissioner Hanson?
I was just going to comment that the only people today who raised the issue of liking 12A or B were people who lived up in Oceanside, Fallbrook, or Carlsbad. And we've already addressed their concerns with other maps. So other than that, they were not, 12A or B was not chosen by anybody from the public.
Very good. I think there might have been a few other comments about it and e-comments, but I think they were of the same, on the same area, focused on the same areas. Commissioner Diaz, I wonder if it might be good to we could either do this for 5 minutes, or we could bring it up when we get to, as a function of talking about the other maps, and kind of leave it to John and Ken to bring it up as needed. Do you have a preference? Okay, we'll go ahead and move to statements then. 12A and 12B, though, as well as map 9, are still under consideration. But we've had thorough discussions of maps 9, 10, and 11. In preparing now to move to commissioner statements, first let me ask John and McKay, despite all these technical difficulties, which we completely blame you for, but that's okay. No, thank you for trying to navigate through it as best you could. I did want to see, do you have any closing comments on the modeling or anything commissioners should keep in mind in making statements or designing motions?
I do. My closing statement is I apologize. I do apologize for that. I hope that despite the delays, you did get some useful information, and we will work to see what we can do to make corrections to this process. So hopefully it can go smoother. And that said, I do appreciate your input. I do feel like we got some instructions that are we understand some things from that modeling that were helpful to you.
Good. Thank you for that. McKay, anything to add, or Ben?
Yes, I would like to apologize too. We are definitely trying, we're having some slowdowns on our side. So I think for my closing statement, I'd like to say that any motions, the more specific that you can, the more specific direction you can give us, the better, so that we don't have any guessing. So using, specific COIs instead of the area around, that's very helpful if we actually have a defined area. So thank you all.
No, thank you. And we'll look to you to ask for that specificity when you see a need for it. Ben, you don't have to apologize, but anything to add?
Yeah, I guess third, whatever they're saying. But yeah, I have a few ideas that we could maybe talk about on Sunday or Monday or something when we meet up again, what we can do to potentially improve this process. Maybe get some ideas of what needs to be changed or what could be changed over before we come back to this process, and have maybe a few things ready to go and to show what the effects of those changes are. But yeah.
Good point. We will keep that under separate consideration for now, but that's great. All right, so with that, we will turn to commissioner statements of about 1 minute each. Again, the idea, as it's been in the past, please see if you can direct your comments in a way that take advantage of the discussions, thoughts, and requests we've already had, expressing preferences. I feel like we're headed towards map 10 and 11, but 9, 12A, 12B are still on the table, as well as previous maps, and as well as any screen captures or tabs that have been made earlier. What I will ask, though, commissioners, is do think about your statements in terms of laying the groundwork for motions. As McKay said, we want to have direction as specific as possible. And once we move to motions, I'll be trying to guide through which questions or instructions are best applied to which maps. So please keep yourself familiar with maps 10 and 11 in particular, but all of them. And in particular, if there's something you want brought out in a motion, this would be a great time to highlight it and give your explanation of it. So with that, David, I will ask you to again guide us through. I know staff will keep a record as necessary, but David will call commissioners at random and run the clock, and I'll ask him to start us off.
We'll begin with Commissioner Larson, and Chair Bain, will you be making a statement?
Wait for the end, thanks.
Okay, and then Commissioner Brown will follow Commissioner Larson.
Okay, I guess I'm on. This has been quite a process. I've spent some time in the last week or two reading the 1,000 or so comments that we've gotten from the public, and I do appreciate them. My bottom line, I prefer map number 11. I can accept map number 10. I'm not at all happy with map number 9 and won't accept 12A or B. The important issues to me are we keep the coastal district from Coronado to Carlsbad. I think Highway 78 corridor has to include Oceanside through Escondido and Fallbrook. I will go along with almost all the minor variations to 11 and 10 that have been given by my fellow commissioners today. But it's been quite a process so far. My vote is for 11. That's it.
Okay, Commissioner Brown isn't here. Commissioner Chen is absent. Commissioner Krugliak, followed by Commissioner Dostal.
I would echo a lot of what was just said. I see pros and cons. For pros to both maps 10 and 11, I agree that we should discard the others. I personally lean more towards draft map 10 with the exception of East County, but I think that potentially pulling in Humboldt and maybe a little bit more eastward into District 2 could help with that in map 10. But I think both of them are very defensible, although I think there's a large population in Carlsbad that might object to being grouped into a coastal district. That's it.
Commissioner Dostal, followed by Co-Vice Chair Garcia.
Thank you. I pretty much agree with everything Commissioner Larson said. I prefer map 11. I would request, based on the comments we had before, if we look at potential, I think it was District 4 that Commissioner Pons mentioned, having some balancing around the edges, not necessarily making huge changes, but just balances around the edges of District 4, consistent with what Commissioner Pons mentioned earlier. Thank you.
Co-Vice Chair Garcia, followed by Commissioner Russ.
Yes, I prefer map 11. I think it is the map that is most responsive to the public comment and the COIs that we've heard about. And when you compare it to map 10, it does a lot, it achieves a lot of the same things. It keeps a lot of the Panamap, that BIPOC community together. It it responds to the tribal reservation concerns. It responds to East County, North County concerns. And I think it does a good job of balancing and creating a balanced map. I would like to see it, I would like us to look at responding maybe a little. The one weakness is its response to the AAPI community. And if there's any way to look at that, I would really push us to do that. I think map 10 doesn't, especially in the East County, doesn't do what it should. Thank you.
Commissioner Russ, followed by Co-Vice Chair Katarina.
I too favor map 11. I favored it even as it was presented here. I look at it, I look down at District 1 and I see that it's kind of in the same footprint of the old District 1. The same thing up in the East County, where you have that horizontal line east, where you haven't changed a lot of the area of the districts between what is now District 5 and District 2. So I like being able to keep within kind of the boundaries that we had. I like what Commissioner Inman recommended to increase the number of people in well, it's now District 3 on map 11. And I would like to see, we could probably increase the population by increasing Rancho San Diego, putting that in that district. I am very cognizant of the Carlsbad Escondido trade-off, and I am kind of split, or I'm kind of troubled a little bit by the El Cajon not having them in East County. But overall, map 11, particularly as amended by Commissioner Inman, I think is superior.
Co-Vice Chair Katarina, followed by Commissioner Diaz.
Thank you. I also support map 11. I am concerned, and I mirror Commissioner Pond's concerns about the balance. If there's something we can do about that, I would be very supportive. I think this map will satisfy a lot of the demands from the East County. Bear in mind that not everyone is going to be happy, but I think that this is the kind of map that can make the majority of our constituents happy. And that's it. Thank you.
Commissioner Diaz, followed by Commissioner Pons.
Thank you. Look, we can't make everyone happy. Out of all the maps that I've seen so far, map 10 preserves this communities of interest that we've received the most public input in. I also sympathize with the residents of East County. I've spent some time actually out there. I know a lot of the rural areas through my activities, and I can tell you that one of the things we overlook are wildlife corridors that are essential. Tijuana River Estuary, the Otay River, and these geographic boundaries really capture that. The borders should only have one supervisor to answer to and it doesn't make sense to split it vertically. Okay, I am open to incorporating Hamul community into District 2, but you heard the public testimony today and also throughout all of these hearings that this map 10 most represents what we're looking for. Thank you. It's least population deviation as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Pons, followed by Commissioner Inman.
Thank you. So I favor of maps 10 and 11. I'd ask Flo to analyze the supervisor map that we received late and present the results of that analysis to us before the next meeting. And that we as a commission continue to assess and reassess the proportionality of voting age and citizen voting age populations. Thank you.
Commissioner Inman, followed by Commissioner Servin.
I prefer map 11. I can see map 10. I'm also potentially working on map 11. I do support adjusting that northern border in a fashion as I demonstrated in live scenario modeling. We also need to be cognizant of planning districts, and you can make adjustments in map 11 to capture the unincorporated areas around El Cajon by using the planning district borders to redraw the boundaries down there. And so I would entertain, or I would like to see a motion moving map 11 forward where we adjust the border in the north and we use planning district boundaries in the southern area to capture unincorporated areas. And I actually have identified all the unincorporated areas that should be included in such a motion. So thank you very much.
Commissioner Servin, followed by Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you. So I just first wanted to start by thanking the public for their incredible participation in this process and for the civil dialogue on this contentious issue. I want to acknowledge with gratitude the people who are doing the work out there, coming out here, coming to our meetings and talking with us and engaging with us. I'm very appreciative of that. For those who are speaking to us and identifying themselves with certain affiliations, I would very much appreciate if they could clarify whether they're speaking officially or in their personal capacity. So I thank the City of Santee's mayor for letting us know that there will be resolutions forthcoming, but there were other officials who identified themselves, but I'm not sure whether those are official positions or not. In addition, I'm saddened that there is the URL that was being suggested by the public, and go check out the county map that's on that website. That website asserts that politicians, quote, politicians are manipulating the process of line drawing so they get to pick the voters they want rather than the voters getting to pick the politicians they want, end quote. Reading that comment saddens me. I think that we've been doing as best as we can in this process to avoid doing that. So with that said, I'll say that I'm in support of both maps, but more strongly in support of map 10. I don't fully support map 11, but because I can hear other commissioners are in support of it, I can move forward with a motion for that vote, for that map, although I'm very deeply troubled by map 11 and how the central portion of San Diego is being grouped in with the eastern rural district. So with that, I support map 10 very, very strongly map 11 to a very lesser so because of that issue. Thank you.
Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you. I also support map 11 because I feel that it is most responsive to the people that have talked to us all the way through this process. I think the fact that we all of us who answered the survey gravitated to the same conclusion sort of verifies the fact that we all heard the same thing. And I think the community should be heartened by that. I would ask on behalf of Commissioner Brown that we do examine the eastern and southern borders of Escondido to be sure we're not cutting down the middle of a street where people are on one side of the street or on a different in a different zone than the other side of the street. And so we need to be not too rigid about that city line. I also believe that map 11 is best, not only with that change that Commissioner Inman made, but also with the suggestion of Commissioner Diaz, who suggested that we take the southern border basically along Interstate 8 all the way across the county. So we do have a border district. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Bain.
Thank you. I'd like to move both maps forward, 11 and 10, with the focus of detailed attention on 11. I'll be a little contrarian about a border district because I really do think there's a difference between what happens along, quote unquote, the western border and what happens along the eastern border. And I say that as someone with family on both sides, as well as a lot of time going to both those areas. I have to admit, though, I am influenced by the public comment I've heard today, what I've seen in e-comments, and the planning groups and other conversations I've had in and around the area. I share, I'm sure, all commissioners' appreciation for the public input. I do share Commissioner Serban's comments about the central area and think we need, in map 11, we need to address that a little bit as well. And well, I'll save that for a process. I do think that map 11 has an advantage with the way it treats East County, as well as what's been discussed with Fallbrook and the corridors north of Escondido. Thanks.
Thank you. That concludes Commissioner statements.
Very good. Thank you very much for that. All right, we move on to motions. Before we get into the two maps, the two IRC maps, I did want to ask commissioners if it would be possible to entertain a motion, because I think it'd be better to have a specific motion made on the point Commissioner Pons raised. Do we want to task Flow Analytics with looking at that specific map that's been under discussion today, that I'm affectionately calling the website map, because it's the one that was sent around and numerous people intervened on today. Unless there's objection to that, I want to take that first because that's a relatively simple motion.
So moved.
You're good. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Do we have a, well, first of all, before I proceed, I'd like, let me get staff to put up the screen so that we have an actual motion rather than Sir Bame's ramblings yet again. Okay. Commissioner Pons or Co-Vice Chair Garcia, since both of you spoke about this, how do you want to phrase the motion? And we'll substitute the right title for website map. But is it something like request Flow Analytics to provide a analysis?
Yeah.
To analyze the web map and present the results of the analysis to the commission before the next meeting.
And by analyze, you mean just produce a PDF like we get for all the other draft maps?
Yeah, I mean, because that was some good information. I think Flo said it needed to just validate it and verify the lines and some of the data that came from their analysis. So I think it's more of a validation of their analysis than doing an initial first scrub of it.
Yeah, that report is called summary statistics. So if you want to, if we want to say that.
And summary statistics right there. Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good, Rosette.
Yeah. And John, I promise you a fair bite at each one of these apples. Let me just check. Is that motion understandable to commissioners? I'm not asking for discussion yet. I just want to make sure that captures the interest. Good. John, does that work for you? Is there something you need refined in that motion?
No, the motion is perfectly clear and we can do that. I do just want to say we will do this as soon as possible, but there are a couple of things about this map and the way we've received it that make it a little bit more challenging to bring into our process. The others, the map is in a, I think it's a PNG or an image that is a bit distorted. So we're gonna have to do some additional work on it on our end because we don't have the raw data files, but we will do it as soon as we possibly can and do it to the best of our ability. But as you can see in the map, the image is a bit distorted. So that does create another technical challenge. It just takes time to deal with. But we'll have it before the next meeting.
Thank you. Before I take other comments, I'll ask Marguerite to get ready to weigh in. I think I would be within my authority to grant Flow Analytics permission to talk to the author of the map and seek any additional refinement in order we know we're analyzing what they submitted. Co-Vice Chair Katerina, did I steal your thunder on that? I'm sorry. Good. So Commissioner Dostal and then Commissioner Diaz.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a question about what present the results mean. Does that mean that we're going to have a separate meeting, or does that just mean we're going to get the PDF? Just get the PDF, right?
It will be included either before or with the next set of maps, no later than November 23rd, I think is the date we set.
Thank you.
Commissioner Diaz?
Clarifying question. So this map that was submitted is the one that was submitted by the San Diego Asian Americans for Equality group? Is that what we're looking at? I'm
not that. No.
With Ms. Chen, I think it might be with Ms. Chen's name on it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I believe that's it.
that's what I see at the bottom. It's in very fine print. And
Right.
and I'm not understanding what the difference is between the one that was submitted with the other Asian solidarity. Was that the? I'm just confused on which map because it looked like there were two maps that were submitted publicly. Maps.
It is not the Asian Solidarity Collective map. It's the other one.
Okay, I think that should be explicit there in the motion from which group specifically it's from. Thank you.
Okay. I'll ask staff to check on that from the email and make sure it's captured. Commissioner Serban? We'll come back. Commissioner Larson?
Yes, are we talking about the email that we got from Bill Hoffman? Is that the map?
I'm not aware of that email. It is in the package that you received during the course of today's meeting.
Yeah, I dumped it during our last break. We got something from Bill Hoffman for districts 2 and 5 only.
No, Barbara, can you
Okay,
come on and give me, Barbara, can you come on and give us the time for the email that had those maps on them?
Double checking because we had a number of emails that went out. So let me check real quick.
Thank you. Commissioner Serban?
Yes, can you hear me? Okay, so just to clarify, once we receive the results of this analysis, is this map to be considered on the same, I guess, level? Or I mean, is this also going to be like map 10 and 11? Or I just kind of want an idea of what we're doing with this.
No, it would take a motion because of the nature of this motion, it would take a motion to bring it up to that level, quote unquote, on December 2nd or 3rd. All this is, as I understand it, and I'll refer to the movers to make sure I've got this right, is a request for the analysis that we would have performed if we had received the map 2 weeks earlier.
Okay, and again, this is to clarify the map that was originally found and referred to by the public on the I think it was San Diego County Redistricting Maps.org/supervisors or some URL similar to that, right?
Correct. Commissioner Pons, Commissioner Garcia, I have that right?
You're exactly right. And yes, Commissioner Servin, is just to understand the results of the analysis and not to put it on par with the maps that we've decided to move forward this evening.
Thank you, Commissioner Pons. I appreciate the clarification.
Barbara? Barbara's frozen. Commissioner Larson, was that anything else?
No, that's it. The message from Barbara was at 2:07 this afternoon.
Great, perfect. Thank you for that. All right. Technically, we haven't had discussion yet, but I consider that discussion the motion. Any further comments on the motion?
I think there's an understanding that Pons seconded it, but I don't know that I heard that explicitly.
Yes, you did.
I'll second.
Good. And before we go final, Marguerite, I just want the clarification. We have it within the chair's authority to authorize communication with the MAPS author, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Staff can reach out and they should ask for the shapefile. It'll make this much easier for our consultant.
Terrific. So
We've
for
done
the
that.
consultant
We've done
staff,
that
that's how we proceed.
Yeah, I just want to mention, we've done that with other groups.
Right. Okay. Seeing no other requests for comment, David, would you please call a roll for the vote on this motion?
Thank you. Commissioner Inman,
Yay.
Commissioner Pons,
Aye.
Commissioner Larson,
Aye.
Commissioner Hanson, Commissioner Hanson,
Oh, sorry. Aye.
thank you. Co-Vice Chair Garcia,
Aye.
Co-Vice Chair Katerina,
Aye.
Commissioner Russ,
Aye.
Commissioner Dostal,
Aye.
Commissioner Diaz,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen is absent, Commissioner Servin,
Noting that the motion on the screen should probably omit the portion that says submitted by San Diego Asian Americans for Equality, I'll vote aye.
do we need clarification on the motion on the screen?
So what was, I'm sorry, I'm just reading at the fine print at the bottom of the website, who it's from, who paid for it. It's right there.
Oh, is that what it is?
Email. It was also in
It's
the email.
printed on it, but to be fair, I'm not sure they submitted. Could we go with the word authored instead of submitted? Would that be okay with the motioners?
Yeah.
As a technical fix that I don't think any commissioners would object to?
I apologize. I was confused. I thought those were two different maps.
No. No, thank you, though. It's better to be precise in the motions. Okay, so no technical corrections, no changes.
So yes, I vote aye. So
Thank you. Commissioner Krugliak,
Aye.
Chair Bain,
Aye.
and Commissioner Brown is absent. The motion passes unanimously with all commissioners who are present voting aye.
And for the record, I just want to state our understanding that this is simply to obtain the analysis that we would obtain for every map we've received in keeping with normal practice, given the time and times involved. Very good. All right, so
David,
yes, ma'am.
sorry. I just wanted to say that calling it the San Diego Supervisors map is probably not accurate. And I know we're going to check on that name, but it probably should have the whole URL on there, but it is not a map from the San Diego Supervisors. And if the motion were to continue with that wording, it would certainly indicate that it might be.
No, that's fine.
Thank you.
It's a good point. David, with your permission as clerk, asking for informal no objection, we will convert the words in the parentheses to the website URL.
I think that was the intent of the motion and of those who voted on it.
Any objection to that? Seeing none. Good. Thank you for that fix. Very good.
the map is referred to on the website as the San Diego County Communities of Interest Redistricting Map. Do we want to just call it that?
No, because there has been, well, for my from my point of view as chair on process, there have been multiple miscommunications regarding that website and the maps on there. I think this is the safest way to proceed in writing. But we will undoubtedly have that fully clarified when the map comes back to us, or the analysis comes back to us, I should say. Thank you. All right. My suggestion would be next to entertain motions on map 11 because there were more comments made on that. And to be completely arbitrary about it, but in